Nice. Please welcome the chief guest of today. Hey Isha, do you remember a year ago we were exactly at the same places where these guys are sitting?
Wow, it is indeed nostalgic. The journey from a first year student to standing right in front of the huge gathering and hosting an event, it has been a phenomenal journey.
Isha, enough said about the past when we have the future in front of us.
Yes, very true. I just realized, Tanmay, that in the excitement of preparing to welcome the cohort of 2023 to 25, we forgot to introduce ourselves.
Oh yeah. Hello everybody, I am Tanmayasri Amajala,
And I am Isha Singh.
cohort of MBA 22-24, and we will be your host for today.
It gives me immense pleasure to welcome our chief guest, Shri S.V. Nathan, esteemed office bearers, faculty, staff, and students to Prarambh 2023, the orientation program for MBA batch of 2023-25.
Before we start, I would again like to request you to please put your mobile phones on silent and put them inside. Please do not put them on the table. And we also have volunteers both inside and outside the room in case if you need any help. I would like to introduce the volunteers in the room. We have Riddhi to the right, and we have Kanshika, we have Masaya Saho, Latavya, and Zainab in the room. So even outside the room, you have volunteers in case if you need something.
Now, I request everyone to rise for the lighting of the lamp, followed by an invocation song. I invite Sri Nathan, Dean Professor Lakshmi Kumar, MBA Chairperson Professor Gayatri Sampath, Professor Nagrani Muttuswamy, and Professor Shobha Das to light the ceremonial lamp. Thank you, everyone. I request the dignitaries to return to their seats and the students to be seated.
गणनायकाय गणदैवताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणाधीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि गानचतुराय गानप्राणाय गानान्तरात्मने गानोत्सुकाय गानमत्ताय गानोत्सुकमनसे गुरुपूजिताय गुरुदैवताय गुरुकुलस्थायिने गुरुविक्रमाय गुह्यप्रवराय गुरवे गुणगुरवे गुरुदैत्यगलक्षेत्रे गुरुधर्म सदाराध्याय गुरुपुत्र पवित्रात्रे गुरुपाखण्ड खण्डकाय गीतसाराय गीततत्त्वाय गीतगोत्राय धीमहि गूढगुल्फाय गन्धमत्ताय गोजयप्रदाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि
I thank Tanmay Harshita, Shreya, and Vishal from Team Raga for invoking the blessings of Lord Ganesha. I would now like to welcome Professor Gayatri Sampath, Chairperson MBA program, to deliver the welcome address.
Thank you, Isha. Thank you, Tanmay. Let me start by saying that every new beginning comes from some other beginning's end. Okay. So most of you here for your post-graduation, after finishing off your graduation, it's a new beginning in many ways. So good afternoon, everyone. A very warm welcome to our guest, Shri S.V. Nathan, our Dean, Professor Lakshmi Kumar, Chief Administrative Officer, Shri Satya Saran, Director Student Life, Amanjeet Kaur, Controller of Examinations, Professor Viji, Director Academic Administration, Ms. Janki, faculty colleagues, office bearers, staff, volunteers, and dear students. Prarambh, as the name suggests, is all about starting something. It gives me immense joy to see the bright, hopeful faces in front of me beginning an exciting journey of learning with us. Many of you have left behind all that is familiar, traveled a long way to be with us today. I'm sure there are many conflicting emotions going through your mind. Don't worry. What could go wrong? Don't worry about what could go wrong, and start being excited about what could go right. Rest assured, you are in safe hands and in the right place. Today is but the first day in a 2-year journey that will both educate and exhilarate you. So sit back, fasten your seatbelts, and prepare to enjoy the exciting times that await you. From today, you are a valuable and integral part of IFMR GSB and Kriya University. Welcome MBA cohort 23-25. Thank you so much, and over to you, Isha and Tanmay.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
I would now like to invite Professor Lakshmi Kumar, Dean IFMR GSB, to address the students.
Good afternoon and welcome to IFMR GSB. I will talk in two parts. Part one, exactly one point that I want to get across to you today as a cohort which joins us for the MBA program. MBA is always a unique program. Sometimes we call it a collection of a lot of subjects together. In Hindi, we can call it a khichdi. In Tamil, you can call it an aviyal. I leave it to you because you need to actually master most of the subjects in order that you go ahead. However, in that, so the serious part I will talk first, and I'll end up with a couple of anecdotes which could make your hearts swell in pride about IFMR GSB. So the first aspect I would like you to understand as a student of the MBA is the ability to solve problems. And one of the most important tools or skills that we will give you in almost every course that you do is the ability to solve problems. Now, what do we mean by the ability to solve problems? Most of you would be in a corporate, and corporates always, on a continuous basis, have problems, big or small. It could be a cost-related problem. It could be a supply chain problem. It could be on what should we spend for marketing. Should we go ahead with advertisements? For example, you've seen that there are many universities and colleges that advertise in the television. Often, suppose you do join an educational institution, maybe you'll have a budget, but how do you go about solving this? Do you go and advertise in, for example, television, radio, social media? Obviously, these are all constraints, and this is problem solving in most companies is not done individually, but as a team. Cross-functional teams exist, and together they solve the most important problems in our company. So what are some aspects of problem solving? One is, there are about a few of them. One very important thing is to be ever curious. If there is a problem, a supply chain issue, can I bring to the table all kinds of thinking so that we can think of them before we even attempt to solve it? So being ever curious, whether you're in class, when you're having a case study, or when you join a company, or in the summer internship. So the first important thing is don't give up on curiosity and just keep listening to, I'm sure most of us are aware of the fact that we watch reels all the time. The attention span of the present student is equal to the duration of a reel, which is anything between 15 to 20 seconds. How do we get you to read case studies, which might be, in a very optimistic case, 2 pages to 20 pages? How do we make you analyze a case study? Because this is exactly what you will be doing when you join a company. So this is the curiosity that you need to keep updating yourself is very important. And because, as you all also know, whatever reels we watch, the feed is similar reels back again. So you're watching about Netflix shows, then you get more and more of the same. So let's try to broaden our horizon, go out of the comfort zone, and be curious and understand. The second important thing, which a lot of you might not have understood till now, is to try to tolerate ambiguity and be okay with imperfection. When you're pursuing a academic program, particularly a BA, BSc, it's very important to be absolutely perfect. But in teams, when we are solving problems, tolerance of ambiguity, and you'll learn more and more of this in your classes as we go along. The third thing is to have what we call as a dragonfly eye to problems. As you must have noticed, a dragonfly's eyes are very huge. So the analogy here is that can you think of the problem from various lenses? The lens of a finance person, the lens of a marketing person. You might be an expert in supply chain. So can you put those different lenses and understand how the problem is? So it begins with your case study in class. Another important aspect of problem solving is it possible for you to be restless and consider the now as compared to considering beyond? So the decision today will affect tomorrow, but can you take things into consideration about today? So for problem solving, we need to make what we call as ceteris paribus in economics, that is, other things being equal. So is it possible for us to look at that? Often another thing we forget is, if we are in a team of 5, we forget that there is collective intelligence. We think that maybe I know the best way to solve it. So if, as a team, you're able to work in such a way that you get together everyone's collective intelligence. You know, somebody is very good in making a beautiful presentation, while someone else is good at data. All this is very important to understand too. Storytelling, and we'll do more of it in your course as we go along. Whatever idea you want to tell or discuss, there's a problem given to you, a case study given to you. For example, if they say, what about the US recession? If there is a recession in USA, if the case is about that, how will it impact you? Already prices of vegetables are very high. You might not know that because I don't know whether you shop for vegetables. But what is the impact of that? Now, if as a group, your group can tell a story, you've seen enough movies, enough serials, and I'm sure by now you know, you start with a problem, and then you come to a point where there is something like a villain. So can you tell a story and see if you can carve out a story? Often, story sells, but of course, with a lot of information. So the one big focus I'd like you to look at before I talk to you again is to focus on problem solving. The second, more anecdotal version is, I was traveling recently, and next to me sat a young boy, I presumed from the IT sector, because they are the ones who get air travel all the time. And we got talking because I couldn't keep the luggage up. So I was pretending I'm an old woman who's not able to work, and he helped me. In the course of conversation, I had to be nice to him, so we were speaking for some time. I said, he asked me, Auntie, are you working? I said, yeah. Then, where? So I said, you might not know the place. It's called IFMR GSB. It's a management school. And back came the reply. He said, my wife was a gold medal topper in 2006 from IFMR GSB. And she was one of the first people to be placed in Deloitte when Deloitte came here first. And also it makes sense to say the story having Mr. Nathan over. And she performed so well for 2 years, after which she got married and shifted to USA. The partner from India recommended her, and she worked for another 2 more years in USA, after which a lot of things in life catch up when she decided to change. But what made me, and should make you all swell in pride, is a random person sitting next to me should be involved with IFMR GSB. 23 years we are into this business. You're in safe hands. Welcome and thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I'm sure the students have gathered um, a lot of knowledge from whatever you have spoken about. It is my honor and privilege to introduce Shri S.V. Nathan, Senior Partner, Deloitte India, as the chief guest for Prarambh 2023. Shri Nathan wears multiple hats with Elan, consultant, advisor, mentor, and author. His corporate journey, spanning over 35 years in diverse industries, is inspirational to young managers like us who are beginning their careers. He has been recognized as a distinguished alumnus by his alma mater, XLRI. He was awarded a Lifetime Achievement Award by Economic Times and Business People. He currently served as the president of the National Human Resource Development Network, the largest body of HR professionals in the country. Mr. Nathan is the author of a bestseller, The Heart of Work. He's a regular blogger, an HR power influencer on LinkedIn and Twitter, and has an active presence on social media and is well known for his hashtag Office Truths post on LinkedIn and Twitter. I request Dean Professor Lakshmi Kumar to welcome Sri Nathan with a bouquet and gift. So, may I please request to address the gathering because I believe that they must have, they want to hear a lot from you.
In a minute. So as you can all see, I'm a very, very tall man. So people who are straining their backs, if you can't see me, you can hear me. First of all, a very warm welcome to each one of you. I want you to do something for me. To the person sitting to your right or to your left, shake that person's hand, or gentlemen, come here, or slap them on the back. Either say sabash or you say congratulations. Okay? Congratulations. And I'll tell you why. Because it's a privilege working. Huh? Do that, do that. Did you all have the opportunity to slap the person on the right? All right, you did? Good. Okay, so I have a enviable task. All of you had your lunch. So one of the promises I made was I have 50 slides out here. 50 slides. As a consultant, one of the first things that we've got to do is you've got to put a 2x2. First things you will learn. Second is you put your audience to sleep. If you manage to do that, at least whatever that you say falls on deaf ears anyway, people are sleeping. So it's my intention to put all of you to sleep. Hypnosis. Okay. I've chosen this particular subject called What You Could Learn at IFMR Beyond Your Classrooms. Before I dive into this subject, I'll tell you a couple of things. I was green, wet behind the ears when I went to a management school. When you're straight out of college and you go to a management institute, first of all, you're very nervous. Why are you nervous? Because they choose only the best. So you must feel very happy that you're the best, but recognize that the neighbor sitting to your right could be better than you. All your threshold marks of getting into this great institution is only but getting over that threshold. Beyond that, every person sitting in this room is as good, if not better than you. Would you agree? So it makes you very nervous. Second, you have fantastic faculty. Fantastic faculty. The people who are sitting out here, they are the best of the best. And if I forget pointing to anybody else, forgive me. So, when they say something, half the things you may not understand. First, you should pretend as if you understand the whole thing. You should nod very vigorously. If you nod very vigorously, then obviously the professor thinks that you understand something. You have a bit of a catch out there. If you nod too much, they could ask you questions. So don't nod too much. So these are the few tricks that I learned when I went through my MBA class. If you're in an institution like the one you have today, that you have joined, the portal's off, you're a very privileged lot. Do you know that it is more difficult getting into this institution than getting into Harvard? I just made this up, okay? But honestly, of the number of people who apply to Harvard, only 7% get through. But not everybody has the courage to apply to Harvard. But it's very difficult to get into places like this. So make each day work itself for you. Each day. Remember, there's a contribution that your parents have made. Some of you perhaps could have even taken loans. You've come from different parts of the country. Hey, by the way, how many of you are from charming Chennai? Oh, very good, very good. A few hands up. How many of you are from cool Kolkata? Thank you, people. I'm also from Kolkata, as I am from Chennai. How many of you are from magnificent Mumbai? Thank you, people. From delightful Delhi? Okay. Anybody from the nurturing Nagpur? Nobody from Nagpur. Oh, you got one. Hey, thank you very much, man. Thank you. I'm also from Nagpur. I spent some few years there. How many of you are from Jharkhand? Ah, lovely, lovely. Thank you very much. I spent a lot of years out there. I have a reputation. If I spend more than 8 years in any one state, the state splits. So I was in a place called Gomia, 100% sure that the people from Jharkhand will not know this place, in an explosives plant in a leading multinational, British multinational. The state split. And then through my meanderings, I went to Hyderabad. I spent 8 years, split. Hyderabad split into Telangana and of course Andhra Pradesh. My friends in Bombay always used to tell me, Nathan, whatever you do, don't spend time in Mumbai because Vidarbha will go away. Now I had moved to Bangalore and people now tell me that, listen, I think North Canada is in trouble. Canada. So that might just move away. Anybody from any other city that I've mentioned? I'm sure there must be a lot. Raipur, I'm sure there are people from Raipur. Thank you very much. Any other place? Uttar Pradesh. But city, which city? Jhansi. Are. Jhansi is Rani. Okay, very good. Patna. Very. Vishakhapatnam. Okay, not Patna. Vishakhapatnam. Okay. Any other? Where in Bihar? Bhagalpur. Okay, very good. Alwar. Excellent. Lucknow. Jaipur. Agra. Bhubaneswar. Areva. Bhubaneswar. Beautiful. Indore. Noida. Very well. You know what I'm doing right now? I'm just getting a pulse of the kind of people that are in this room. And you should feel very proud. Why? because this is completely multicultural. And we all learn much more in these kinds of circumstances than birds of the same feather. And with this, I'm going to dive straight into my promise, putting you to sleep. John, can we have a little bit of those lights down there off? Because I do want those people to fall asleep quickly. Thank you. That'll do. Okay. Very well, very well. That's it. Once there was a potter. The potter wanted to make a hookah. You know what a hookah is, right? His wife comes along and says, why are you making a hookah? This is something which destroys the souls of people because you inhale. And this potter says, yeah, I think you're right. Let me do something else. And he gets in and says, let me make a pot. Why a pot? The wife says a pot because it holds water, cool in summer, it does a lot of good things, and pot is the symbol of goodness. I think you should make pot. So this guy said, okay, he needed the same old hookah, all the clay out there, and decided to make a pot. Suddenly he heard a voice which says, hey, hello, Mr. Potter, what are you doing? So the potter says, can't you see I'm making a pot? He then realizes there's nobody who's around him. And he says, who is this? And then he hears another voice which says, it is I, the mud with which you're working. Oh, you're the mud, you're speaking to me? Yes, indeed. Why did you change my akar, my shape? And the potter says, well, my wife gave me an idea, and the idea changed the shape. And that's when the mud said to the potter, an idea changed your mind, but that idea changed my life. An idea changed my life. The reason why I'm saying this is, as you go through these 2 years, you will hear a voice. It could come from the mud around, from a friend who's around, and that idea will change your life. That idea will change your life. Just listen to that voice. That is very important. Okay, life is going to be even-paced. It's going to be a roller coaster. How's life going to be? A roller coaster. It's not predicated. Any runners in this room? Other than Professor Sriram? Long distance? Oh, you're a man after my heart, man. You're a long distance runner. Very good. So you will know, what is this? Exactly. It's 110 meter hurdles. It's very simple. So you will find that every 10 meters, you'll have a hurdle and people have to jump over. Life is not like this. They are not predicated by a 110 meter hurdle race where every 10 meters you have a hurdle. It's predictable. Life is more like this. It keeps meandering. It's like the river which has no idea. It's more like the rapids. And this is when on a campus like this, you need help. You need help. Is it easy asking for help? I like to hear some voices. Yes? No? No. That means you're still awake. Sorry. It's not easy asking for help. Sometimes it is important for us to ask for help. It's important to ask for help because we don't know everything. And in this tumultuous world, this is what we need. Some qualities, I think this has been spoken about, but I love this. Be curious. Professor Lakshmi Kumar also spoke about this. Be very curious. You know, we are most curious about the things that we should not be too much curious about. Would you agree? Hey, why is he going around with this girl? Why is that girl going around? So we are curious about a lot of things in life. When you get into the industry, what do I value? As a leader in an organization, what I value is, are people curious enough? Do they ask this question? Why? Hey, by the way, people, you're all standing out there. Why don't you do me the courtesy of coming and sitting down here? I mean, there are some staircase. You can just sit down there, please. So, this is the first thing. Be curious. Now, I'll tell you another trick. This one is very important. You will get hired not because you're very intelligent. Mark my words again. You will get hired not because you're very intelligent. You will get hired because you're very likable. Do people like you? Are you the kind of person, when you work with another, the others come and say, I want to work with this person? You must be likable. Do you smile a lot or do you frown a lot? How would you know? Ask your friends. Do you find something good in others? Yes? Every day? Every day? So I'll tell you something. Long, long ago, in one of these training programs that I attended, just straight out of, went to Excel and one of those programs, I was told that you should find something good in somebody. I didn't believe this. I didn't believe in this at all. It so happened that I was working in an explosives plant, and I was working for an army officer, retired, and this gentleman was the administrative officer of that particular organization. He was a hero in my life, an amazing gentleman. I used to go to the factory and never bothered about the attire that I was in. Never much cared. One day, I also didn't realize my shoes used to be muddy. Because when you're walking all the way to the factory, you'll have a lot of dust and grime, and my shoes were never cleaned. One day it rained. When it rained, my shoes got cleaned. When my shoes got cleaned, I just went up to meet my boss. My boss looked at me and she says, Nathan, your shoes are shining. How do I tell him that, I had nothing to do with this? But I was very sheepish. I wanted to run away from that room, which I did. What do you think I did the next day when I went into work? I shined my shoes. I still shine my shoes every day. I do it myself. Not because of anything, because there was one person who found something, not something which I did very consciously, I did unconsciously. And then I made it a habit to catch somebody doing something right once a day. A week later, my mother came to visit me. And I remembered what Captain Nautyal had done for me. So I looked at her and said, Mama, your sari, you're looking so pretty in your sari. What do you think my mother said to me? Huh? What do you want? Absolutely. My mother looked at me and said, hey, what do you want? I said, Mama, I want nothing, Mama. All I'm telling you is your sari is looking so beautiful. You're looking so... 2 minutes later, where was my mother? Standing in front of the mirror and preening herself and saying, wow, I am looking very nice. And then secretly, I'm sure she must be telling herself, oh, my son is a very, very bright kid. Very, very proud of him. I did nothing more than to appreciate my mother. I do it till date. At least once a day. You are the best audience I've had in a very, very long time. Do you guys believe it? No. But believe you me, you are the best. Yesterday I was speaking to a few people who were of Spanish origin, and there are a lot of French people around. And I also told them, you're a great set of guys, and deathly silent, because they never understood me. Now you understand me, but you still don't believe me. Find a way to appreciate somebody once a day. Do you know the people who need the maximum amount of appreciation? More people go to bed dying not out of hunger, but because of the lack of appreciation. By the way, I didn't say it, this was said by Mother Teresa. So the people who need the maximum amount of appreciation are people who we normally don't appreciate. Do you appreciate the doorman here? The cook? The person who's around? Your professors? Your faculty? The moment you do this in front of somebody, he goes and tells them, oh, you know what, this guy? He's kind of side up, maybe he wants to get a better grade. Yeah? Never mind. Your professors are made of sterner stuff than this, but they need it. Because, remember, for every lecture that they come, they prepare a lot before they come in. They give a lot of themselves because they want to see you do very well in, in your lives. So, be likable. Keep smiling a lot. Small things. Dress well. Simple things. Simple things. Shine shoes. Find something good in somebody else. All this is something you will learn beyond your classrooms. You're all going to be working together. You heard the story of the rabbit and the tortoise, right? So they start, finally the rabbit loses, tortoise wins. What's the moral of the story? Slow and steady wins the race. This time round, rabbit says, we'll have another race. This time the rabbit does not sleep, gets past that line, wins. Moral of that story? Fast and consistent wins the race. Now the tortoise said, okay, let me change the rules of the game. So he said, okay, I'm going to race you one more time. This time, what the tortoise did very cleverly was, they had a river in between. The hare ran all the way, but it could not swim. This fellow came walking all the way, crossed the river, went on to the other side, and said, I won. This time, by which time both these guys had become good friends. One lost, the other one won, and this happened a few times. Says, okay, now we will run this race together. So all the way up into the river, the rabbit carried the tortoise. Beyond that, the tortoise carried the rabbit. And they held hands. In this campus and beyond, you'll all be working together. This is going to be very important for you because you will understand the meaning of trust. This is the most important thing that you will ever learn outside of your classes. Courage. Courage is something that will come to you provided you take a risk. How many of you are those safe kinds? Safe kinds. Okay. Do I take it that all the others will take risks in their lives? How many of you want to take risks in your lives? Okay, a few hands. There are a lot of hands, neither up nor down. They are trying to find the courage to either put it up or down. You've got to find courage within yourselves. This is one of my favorite slides. Sitting right here is a Narayan Murthy. He's a Nandan Nilekani. Who heads Vedanta? There is an Agarwal around here. Sitting right here are the greatest of entrepreneurs. There could be a Steve Jobs here for all I know. There is certainly a Sundar Pichai out here. And therefore, make sure that you know your neighbors very well. Make sure that all the 200 of you know each other very well. 2 years is a long period of time. I feel very happy because two of the largest banks in India, largest banks, are run by people who are my classmates. I have no problem. I'll pick up the phone and say, hey Sandeep, I need this from you. And Mr. Sandeep Bakshi, who is the CEO of ICICI Bank, said, Nathan, theek hai, ho jayega. Not for anything. And of course, likewise, he could be asking me for help. And I could call. And you never know the value of a network. Your network is your net worth. And I'm going to say this again. Make sure, hey, but I am a very shy guy. How do I do this? Would you believe it if I said to you, 35 years ago, I could barely speak. I could barely, forget networking. I would always be worried about speaking to another person for the fear that they could judge me. Right? We all worry about it. What will she think of me? What will he think of me? Forget everything. This is more important. The value of coming to an institution like this is not just this 2 years that you go through a grind, which gets you to be a fantastic professional, but just the community that you build. This is invaluable. Just invaluable. Make sure that you form your own WhatsApp groups, keep in touch, send all those nice jokes up and down, but stay connected. Find a mentor. Who's the mentor here? Obviously. Yeah? Find a mentor. What does the mentor do? That mentor will get the... raise your hand, I know where you are. Yes. Yeah, that's you, gentlemen. You were saying something. Oh, not me. What does a mentor do? Mentor guides. The mentor will never direct you, will only guide you. You have to find your own mentor here. You have a lot of your professors. Every minute of the time is invaluable. Make that time work for you. Ask high-gain questions. Okay. I went into the industry and recognized that I was a topper in my class, and I expected that I will be the prince of this organization, the chosen one. First year, as a management trainee. Second year, as a management trainee. And then you get confirmed. Then I got confirmed as an officer. Nothing happened to me. Nothing happened to me up until the 8th year. And for 8 years, I didn't get promoted. I went up to my boss, and I still remember, it was the 13th of Jan, Lori. On the day of Lori, when everybody was having fun, I went with my boss and I said, I need to speak to you. He said, come over to my house. When I went over to his house, he said, before you say anything, I want to give you something. He gave me an envelope. The envelope said, Nathan, you're getting promoted. And then, as not one promotion, 2 promotions, double promotions. I possibly would have been the youngest personnel manager or HR manager in the entire whole wide world. I can say whole wide world because we were present in about some 9 countries at that time. I was speechless. And I was saying that I was going to ask you why you did not promote me, and you're giving me a letter. So he says, Nathan, all this time, it was not that you were not getting promoted, you were growing. We wanted to make sure that you went through various aspects of what we do in our business. You were growing roots, much like a bamboo. A bamboo does not shoot straight away. It draws a lot of roots. And suddenly, after the 5th or 6th year, it will shoot at the rate of almost 6 inches every week and reach its full potential of 80 feet. Can you imagine? So, if you don't get promoted, if nothing happens to you, if you're not doing very well in your class, all of this is part of learning. You will get promoted beyond compare. Just be patient. Just be patient. Don't have to keep jump. And I'm not suggesting that you should stay with a company forever, but stay with an organization long enough for you to enjoy the rewards of what it could do for you. Organizations are hugely invested in your progress. I mean, we don't hire people only to say thank you very much. One of my stories again. So once there was God and deputy God, and they came down to earth, and then they found a beggar, a mendicant, said, Bhavati Bhikshan Dehi, give me something. And God, who was in his normal clothes, he didn't understand anything, so he took out a guttery, a bag full of gold coins, and gave it to this beggar. And he said, thank you very much. And before he knew what had happened, a robber came and took that bag, snatched it, and ran. And at that point in time, this old man was feeling so miserable, he started crying. Next day again, he came back to that same place, same charade. The God and deputy God chanced upon these people again. And again he said, can you give me some money? So God this time said, okay, gave you gold coins, didn't work. Let me give you something else. Gave them a diamond, Kohinoor diamond. All of those big, huge rocks. Gave it to him. He felt overjoyed. This time he was very safe. He took it home, put it in a pot, far away from the reach of anybody. Next day morning, he wanted to take it to a jeweler and sell that. When he went there, the following day, he put his hand inside. He found just water. There was nothing. So he called his wife. He said, what happened to the diamond? He said, what diamond? There was no water in the house, so I took this pot. I just washed it in the river. And the diamond must have fallen out. And he recognized that he had again lost the diamond. Next day, same place, same time. What was he waiting for? God and deputy God. Both of them were walking past. He said, please give me some alms. This time, God said, okay, I've got to give you something. Gave him 3 copper coins. 3 copper coins. What can you do with 3 copper coins? Practically nothing. So they went away. What he did was, he said, this is all I have. As he was feeling rather sad about himself, walking by, he found a fishmonger. There was a fish which was struggling. He gave the fishmonger 3 copper coins and said, can I buy this fish? He said, yeah, take this fish. It's been a pain for me. Take this fish away. He took that fish and he put that into the river. And as soon as he put that into the river, you would expect the fish to swim away. It didn't. It again started struggling and wanted to catch his attention. And then he found something shining in its mouth. And he caught hold of that fish, put his hand inside, and discovered the diamond. And he said, I got my diamond. Got you. And as soon as he said, got you, suddenly there was one person who was close by, comes and gives that bag and says, I'm sorry I took your bag, but please don't hand me over to the police. Now he got his diamond and he got his gold coins. And he was feeling rather happy. Just then, God and deputy God were walking past, and then God, what he did was, he nudged the deputy God and says, see, it works. What works? What works? What was this about? Says, the 2 times that he asked for alms, it was for himself. But the 3rd time round, he wanted to serve somebody. So when he wanted to serve somebody, then everything opened up. Everything opens up if you serve somebody. And you put your soul into it and do it in a dispassionate way. That is the story. What it means for me, in anything that I do, if I can serve somebody and serve it with my might, then there is every possibility that in some karmic way, things will come back to me. But don't do it just because something's going to come back to you. Long time ago, my management trainee days, my boss told me that I was in charge of transport. Transport is not that Uber, Ola that you have today. In those days, we had all of 5 vehicles. Of the 5 vehicles, 4 used to be in the garage. My best friend was the garage mechanic. Because if I have to take care of 5 cars, he's got to be my best friend. The 5th car was a backup for an ambulance, and there were 2 other trucks, fire trucks. Why all this, Sharan? Because I was working in an explosives plant. Suddenly that morning, somebody came and said, I want a car, and I had to go to Giridi district. Giridi district was 3 hours away, and I said, look, I don't have a car. Altercation. I said, I don't have a car. He said, you must give me a car. I don't have a car. Where will I give you that car? He went and complained to the general manager, who came and he said, Nathan, come over. He started shouting at me. The more he shouted, the more I was feeling miserable about my life. By the way, you will experience all this in your life as well, because you will be held responsible for things which are beyond what you could possibly do. I didn't have a car, and he was really yelling at me for not having a car. Suddenly, out of the blue, there was somebody who came in and stood in front of me and the general manager and said, he may be responsible, but I am accountable. I'm accountable. And said, Nathan, you may please go back. I ran from that place. The following day, the following hour or so, when he came back to his desk, I asked him, I said, so how did you manage? He said, very simple. All I did was, he started arguing with me as to why I cannot give a car. All I said was, you want a car? Take my car. I gave him the keys of my personal car to be used to go on an official visit. I gave my car. That's the time when the general manager felt bad, because even he had a car, but he did not give his car. That day was the foundation of leadership that I learned ever in my life. Leadership is about, first, most important, hold up. If there is an opportunity, make sure that you hold up for another person. If you're able to stand up for somebody, that's the best that could happen. The foundation of leadership was laid that day, because you're all leaders of the future today. You will have people working under you. Make sure that you stand up for them. I left a very large multinational, and then I joined an Indian company. And in this Indian company, it was a company of meager means. So we could not employ a lot of people from great places where you have to pay a lot of money to bring such people on. But the kind of people that they recruited were the best of the best from an attitude standpoint. They're very willing people. They really wanted to serve. 10 o'clock at night, I wanted to leave back for my house. In the far corner, I saw a light was on, and there was somebody singing. There was a transistor, and this person was singing. And the more that he was singing, I was saying, somebody is singing right now. He must be a very happy man. I went all the way, and I asked this gentleman, what are you doing? So he says, I'm making pay slips. So he says, you're so happy making pay slips, and you're printing pay slips. You're happy about a pay slip? What is great about preparing pay slips? Preparing pay slips is not a big job, in my mind. I asked this gentleman. So he said, sir, you don't understand. One extra zero on somebody's pay slip, and the person is very happy. 1 0 less, and somebody's going to be very unhappy. And then he said very quickly, I'm very busy. I'll see you tomorrow. He did not understand that he was speaking to his boss's boss's boss. But then I knew that he was happy about his job. I left. 10 o'clock next day, I called him. I said, okay, so tell me a little bit about yourself. What's your background? He says, what background? I've done my MBA. Where have you done your MBA? I was expecting he will say it's from great portals of knowledge. He said, VGP School of Management. Hey, by the way, I'm just making this up. VGP School of Management? I've never heard of this place. He says, how can you hear of this place, sir? They closed it in 1 year flat. I joined. I was the first person to join. I was the first person to leave. They closed down the place. Okay. So, sitting in front of me was a guy who was very happy. He'd done his MBA from a school that had got closed down. Okay. Next question. What did you do your undergrad? He said history. And the way he said history was, I've done my history. Normally, when you meet people who are doing history, it means that they didn't score really high in their 12 standard, so they got history. That was what was going on in my head. Which college? He gave me the name of a college. I knew that this was not a great college at all. I don't want to say what that college is, but then in my pecking order, it was not a very great college. But he seemed very happy. The way he said this was as if he was from the Harvard Business School. I'm from so-and-so college. So I said, okay. What was your percentage? 36%, sir. So 36%. The way he said 36% was as if he has scored 99.9 and got admissions to St. Stephen's. Yeah. So I said, 36%? And he said, sir, they wanted to make sure that I don't come back to class again. So they cleared me. Just then the phone rang. And somebody asked me this question. I've been asking for a regional manager West Human Resources for the last 6 months. I don't have somebody. Nathan, I want somebody in the next 48 hours. So immediately I said, I've got one person for you. He's my best. He's my best. But you got to take care of him. You promise? He said, I promise. So Sanjay Bhaduri said, I'll take care of him, Nathan. Don't worry. So then I put the phone down, looked at this guy and said, you'll go to Bombay? He said, yeah, I'll go to Bombay. Do you know Hindi? Tora, Tora. When a South Indian says Tora, Tora, which it means that guy knows nothing. Nothing. Did I take a chance? I took a chance. I said, Jana hai, jaiye. It's your. Then he said, he went to the door and he said, are you sure? I said, I'm absolutely sure. He said, sir, it is 4 levels higher than my current grade. So I said, that's fine. Make sure that I will send a proper letter and I will. And so this was not a promotion which is a 2-level promotion. This is a 4-level promotion. But I wrote out a letter and I sent him off. I sent out for Bombay a person, not because he was the most qualified. He believed in 2 things. He believed in service. He believed in making sure that he did his job well. He did that with a lot of heart in it. He had passion. He was very proud about the work that he was doing. He had attitude. He was also very likable. I liked him. I said, go. He went. Fast forward. Several years later, I get a call and he says, sir, I want to speak to you. Some call, somebody? Yeah? He said, I'm tired of going to Miami. I said, tired of going to Miami? I said, can I substitute for you? Can I go to Miami in your place? He said, no, in my company, 0.001% of top performers in the world are called to Miami. I said, so what is your gripe about? He says, This is the 4th time I'm going, sir. I said, so be happy. He said, same place. This time at least they could have sent me to Switzerland. So I said, you got you're one cheeky fellow coming and telling me I'm going to Miami all the time. I put the phone down, I was smiling, I was laughing. My wife came and said, you seem to be very happy. So I said, yes. And I recounted this whole thing for her. He says, he said, who is the person? I said, you remember? The person who was the payroll clerk. The payroll clerk had left our organization and he joined Hewlett Packard as Director Human Resources. And he's one of the top performers, 4 years on track. I can never forget Mahidhar Reddy. To be Mahi epitomizes what it means to hold up. And if you find such people who are around you, make sure, because that matters a lot. Hold up. One of those long conference calls, 11 o'clock to 12 o'clock at night. It so happened, a lot of people on the call, the CEO, the CFO, the COO, the Human Resources Director of the world, plus Planet Mars, everybody was on that call. What were they to decide? Somebody left India, software engineer, went to the US, unfortunately got something called the brain fever. Brain fever is, how many people survive brain fever? Very few. Normally it's a one-way street. People, they had the person get into Johns Hopkins, one of the best hospitals in the world. And even Johns Hopkins said, forget it, this person is going to meet his maker in 4 months flat. And the decision for that call was, do we put him into hospice, which is a nice way of saying, give him all the creature comforts, he will pass away, or bring him back to India. His wife says, in India, you have doctors who have seen a lot more of these cases than the one in the US. And therefore, is it possible for you to send the person back to India? It meant putting that person into an air ambulance. Air ambulance cannot be in the air for more than 5 hours at a stretch, 4 hours at a stretch. So it had to come, and the spend would be the equivalent of about some $500,000, or maybe in today's, they say maybe a couple of $1 million. Money was not the object. But the fact was the person could not survive that particular journey of more than 24 hours on a flight. 58 minutes into the call, the CEO spoke up and says, I think it's a one-way street. I don't think we can send this person back to India because there is every chance that he will not be able to make it, because we checked with the doctors as well. He's not going to make it. Then suddenly a voice spoke up. And the voice said, ladies and gentlemen on the call, bail me out for less than a minute. This person, if it had been in India, he would be alive. He would have been alive if he had been in India. Some general, some brigadier, some colonel, some army officer in the US said, soldier, come over to the US because we've got some problem on the field. So on that battlefield of work, this person left the shores of India, went all the way to the US, contracted brain fever, was wounded on the battlefield. Now, we are saying that we will allow one of us to be on the battlefield although they are injured. Ladies and gentlemen, generals and colonels on this call, it is time for us to rise. Let's bring the soldier back home. There is every possibility that in India, he could still make it past. Then there was silence. Let's bring the soldier home. There was silence. And then suddenly the CEO spoke up. It says, I think this person is right. My mind is made. Let's send the soldier back home. We have a responsibility to this wounded soldier. Let's send the soldier back home. Fast forward, again they put him in an air ambulance, pop, 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 came all the way, Delhi, put him straight into one of these hospitals of Delhi. 6 months later, Alok Gupta walked out of the hospital into the waiting arms of his wife. Alok Gupta survived the ordeal. Survived. And I remember this incident as if this happened 3 days back, because that voice that spoke up that day is speaking to you today. The voice that spoke up that day is speaking to you today. And many a time I ask myself, does it have to be one of those life battles for you to speak up when it is most needed? No. Write in your classes, if there is something that you have conviction about, speak up. Because speaking up is most important. So this is what life is about. Speak up. And that's my story. So, to this runner in this room, I used to be a runner in my past life when I was a lot younger. One of those marathons. It was not a full marathon, it was a half marathon. And there was a gentleman called Vincent Lakra. Vincent Lakra was an athlete. He could run for India for all I knew. He was just a fantastic runner. And I was a management trainee and I was being pushed to run. I had practiced a little bit, but I had no ways of knowing that Vincent Lakra had won the race 14 years on trot. Nobody could beat him. Winter morning, 5:30. Now it's not like Chennai or Sri City, 26th of Jan in Bihar. It's bitterly cold. Really cold. Race started, went all the way down. The person was leading by almost 400 meters. On the way back, it was almost 500 meters. And it's not the straight road. It's all hills and dales. And people who've been to Bihar about 20 years ago, they know that there are really no roads. Right? So you have to really run and run and run. And suddenly out of the blue, there was a person, stocky person. He had a red turban, mustachioed, and he was driving one of those green-colored Chetaks. And he came very close to me and he started abusing me in the choicest of words from Punjab. I'm sorry, I can't use those words. But you know where I'm getting, right? First, he injured me. Then he injured my entire khandan. And I don't know what got into me, but I found myself running a little faster. And a little faster. And a little faster. And almost at some point in time, Vincent Lakra was just about 50 meters away that's when this person kept on and said, you can do it, you can do it. I don't know what happened. And before I knew, I had breasted the tape ahead of Vincent Lakra by one clear foot. I won that race. The race is not about me. The race is about Daljit Singh. The race is about Daljit Singh because Daljit Singh found it important. On a winter morning, he has nothing to do with me. He was my production manager. He had nothing to do with me, but he came that day only to motivate me. And to all of you in this room, I say, show up. Speak up. Show up. Hold up. Show up. There will be a lot of you struggling. And they will remember you because you showed up. I wanted a stenographer. Hey, by the way, how many of you really like stories? Shameless people. I thought all of you will say, no, no, I think you got to give me some concepts and all that. But I'll go with the story. I wanted a stenographer. You know those stenographers who does, you dictate and then they will take it down? Google now does that for free. Those days I needed a stenographer. So 3 people, all the 3 were from Chennai. I was in Hyderabad. My recruiter came and said, sir, the 3rd person you will not like. I think we should ask him to go. I said, why? He said, because he's short. And he's also very pudgy. So he looks like a torpedo. So I said, how dare you speak to me like this? You think I'm like an Amitabh Bachchan out here or what? Hey, hold yourself. Don't speak to me this way. I think we should respect people for who they are. Anyways, came in. First was okay, second was okay, the third, this gentleman came in, spent some time. Just at that time, 15 minutes into the call, that interview, I knew that I had my man. He was fantastic. He was fantastic. Then I asked him this question. So, what was your background? He said, I did my BSc Physics. Anybody who does BSc Physics and then does shorthand? So I said, what was your percentage? He said 86. 86 BSc Physics of those times mean he must be one of those top university toppers kind of people. I said, why did you get into typewriting? He says, because I had no other choice. So I said, okay, I'll make sure that you're with me for no more than 18 months. Then I will fire you from this role. Are you okay? So he said, if you fire me from this role, where will I go, sir? I said, you will do something else within the organization, but you will not do what you're doing right now. He said, I'm fine. He left. When he went outside the room, he asked the people, he says, he's going to ask me to go in 18 months. He says, don't worry. This is the firm which believes in developing people. Don't worry. 10 years later, the person comes home and he says, I want to speak to you. And he gives me a letter. He says, I want to resign from the firm, and here is the letter. So I said, what? You cannot resign from this firm. So he said, but take a look. I opened the letter and said, welcome to the family of, and that was a multinational organization, as General Manager Human Resources. And what was the person in his previous avatar? A stenotypist. A stenotypist. It was fantastic. Right now, Nagaraj is a Vice President Human Resources, one of a very, very large multinational sitting in Hyderabad. I feel very, very proud of Nagaraj because at some point in time, you have to take up. You have to take up the cudgels for people who are brilliant, who are around you, but you have to get rid of your bias. Now, it was not that I was a very intelligent guy, but you just take chances. Somebody will take chances with you. And I felt very happy because somebody chanced it on me. Okay. There was this woman who comes to my room and says, I'm going to resign. Why? Because I've been rated as not meeting expectations, which means they have not done well at all. So I said, you're going to leave this organization because you have not done well? That's what my boss told me. I said, but tell me the real story. Then she told me her story. Says a little bit about how her mother was unwell. She was a person who had cancer, all kinds of stuff. Says, I had spent so much of my emotional capital. I was drained out. I could not concentrate on work. I'm sorry, I have to leave. I said, you don't have to leave anywhere. Just go back to your desk and you will find that the world will come and help you if only you believe yourself. And then I called a manager and I said, hey, I'm sure we can do something with her. The manager took it upon himself. Over a period of time, this is what happened. 1 year passed, assessment time, end of that assessment, people were asking who was the best performer. The best performer was Archana. Archana was the best performer because she knew that she had it in her, and somebody had told her that failure is an event, not a person. Many of you sitting in this room will face these hurdles. You will fail. If you fail, it does not mean that you are a failure. It just means that that which you did not work. You will find better ways to get ahead in life. So that's perhaps, and I'm just looking at my watch. One day, the king decided that he had to leave his kingdom into the safe hands of his prince. And so he asked his Zen master, he said, Zen master, can you tell me whether the prince can be the king? The Zen master said, hey, hold on. Let me put him to the test. Told the prince, go into the forest, spend 6 months, come back and tell me what you heard. So the prince went into the forest, came back at the end of 6 months, marched straight up to the Zen master and says, it is I, your prince, your future king. Tell me, what did you hear? He says, I heard the sound of the river, I heard the sound of the thunder, I heard the sound of the hunters, I heard the sound of a lot of animals around the place. Master, a lot of sounds. Go back into the forest. Spend another 6 months. Come back and tell me what you heard. Guys goes into the forest, comes back after 6 months. There was this person with the matted hair, walks in a very measured step, goes all the way to the Zen master, gives a deep bow and says, Master, it is I, your student. It's I, your student. So tell me, you went into the forest, what did you hear? He said, Master, I heard the sound of the rays of the sun as it fell on Mother Earth. I heard the sound of the dewdrops of the morning as they evaporated into thin air. I heard the sound of the clouds as they went past. I heard the sound of the fragrance of flowers as they wafted through the air. I heard the sound of the dreams of people as they walked past. I heard the sound of the colors as they sat on each other to form a very beautiful rainbow in the sky. Master, I heard so many wonderful stories of the leaves speaking to each other. Master, this is what I heard. This is what I heard. And as soon as he said this, the Zen master goes up to him, gives him a big hug, takes him to the king and says, well, he is now ready to be the king. The Zen master says, this is all fine, but what was the test about? The king is unable to understand what this test is about, as I'm sure many of you must be wondering, why was he made the king? First, see the unseen. See the unseen. Hear the unsaid, unkahi, that which is not said. Articulate the unarticulated, that which is not said. You must be able to talk about that and act the withheld. That which is so much within you, can you speak about that? So these are the 4 principles. As each of you sitting in this room are right now ready to make it to be the king someday, the 4 principles of all of what life is about in collectivity. My very last story. Yellowstone National Park had no vegetation 1950. No river, nothing. because at some point in time they had introduced a lot of deers. And what the deer did was they ate up the entire vegetation. One social scientist decided that he should introduce a wolf. So they introduced a couple of wolves into the Yellowstone National Park. What did the wolves do? They ran after the deer. Then the deer ran to one part of the Yellowstone National Park. The rest of the places, in a good 20 years later, they started to sprout a lot of vegetation. 50 years later, you have a roaring river. You have a lot of green, a lot of vegetation. It's one of the best acres of forest that you can find in the world, Yellowstone National Park. And all of that happened because of the introduction of one wolf. What is the wolf that's going to come into your life? You remember I started with the story of the potter. An idea can change your life. So what is that wolf that you will let into your life that can make a dramatic change? Each one of all that I have talked about are things that you will learn through your own experiences on the campus, working with each other, and it's got nothing to do with what happens just in class. In class you will learn a lot of stuff, but this is what will get you to be, hopefully, the greatest professionals that India has produced. Well, stand up, speak up, hold up, and when it is time, pack up. And that's all that I have to share with you. Thank you for indulging me. Thank you for your time and effort. I have time for a couple of questions if you have. Any questions which are on your mind? Let me also caution you, with such a lot of stories which have gone by, it is not easy to ask questions. Because all of you are thinking about the wolf, we're talking about the potter and all these kinds of stuff. But this is a good time to ask questions. Yes? You can sit down. It's okay. You don't have to stand up. It's okay. Oh, the heart of work. For people sitting in this room, I've written a book. It's called The Heart of Work. The heart of work is really about a lot of these kinds of stories. All these stories are no more than 4-minute read. Why 4 minutes? Because if a reel is no more than 20 seconds, and a WhatsApp message is no more than 3 minutes. If any WhatsApp message is more than 2.5, 3 minutes, I don't want to go through that. If you have to read, it cannot be more than 3 to 4 minutes. That is really about work, but working with something which is between the third and the seventh rib on your left, the heart. Heart. Oh, the reason is very simple, because it's not a science. Work is not only about science. There is an art in it. And in the art, there is also an heart. तो दिल से काम कीजिएगा. Huh? That's it. Good question. Yes, ma'am. See, there are some things I can change, some things I cannot change. But if there is one thing I would like to change is, hopefully I could have been a little taller, yeah. Okay. It's a life well lived. It's a career well lived. I feel very grateful. Very grateful. Very grateful. Thank you. Yes, sir. Okay. The toughest challenge I faced in my life was a time when my company was not doing very well and I had to sack 100 people. And when I had to sack 100 people, it's not easy. And at that time, we introduced a VRS scheme, voluntary retirement scheme. It was hugely successful because why 100? About 110 people left the organization. But it hurt me a lot. I stayed in touch with every single family of the 110 people who left and made sure that they were employed somewhere else. That year, I got the highest rating. They thought I'd done a fantastic job. My boss called me and said, here is something, the highest increment in the firm. I went back to my room, I was very depressed. I wrote a letter saying I'm resigning from this company. I left that company after a good 12 years because I just felt they were rewarding me for the wrong thing. My learning was, in life you will face some really serious difficulties. Whatever that you do, you must have the courage, conviction, and compassion. If you can pull all these three things together, that will be fine. Okay. I'll share something with you. Every single person who I have mentioned out there are people who I have worked with. They are souls, they're soulmates because they taught me so much in my life. They've taught me so much in my life. Every single story is true. True stories. But thank you.
So there is a question from student sitting in the other room. I
Uh-huh.
will read it out for you.
Sorry?
So what is success for you?
What is success for you? Oh, I didn't know you had another set of people in that room as well. Hey guys in the other end of that room, thank you for listening in. Success to me is when at the end of the day everybody is happy about it. It's not individual success. Success is when there is a collective success. And people on your team feel that they have done it. And they don't have to point to so-and-so and says, he did it. Success to me is just that. Success to me is when people who are working with me have done better than me. All the stories that I share with you, I say it with such pride because they have done so well in their lives. They've done so well in their lives. I feel very, very happy. To me, that is success. Thank you.
So we have one more question.
Yes?
What are the challenges faced in the HR industry currently?
What are the challenges faced in the HR industry? 3 challenges. First, are we able to attract the best minds from any institution? Are we able to attract the best? Second, are we able to retain the best? Because we attract a lot of people. Are we able to retain them? 3, are we able to grow them the way they would want? Each of us have aspirations. I'd like to do this. I'd like to do that. We all have our own aspirations. I think at times we paint the whole canvas with the same tarred brush. But we must be like an artist because you may need a completely different brush for every single part of that painting. If we understood that better, I guess we will be fantastic HR professionals. Yes, ma'am. Please. This must be on YouTube. XLRA is the best in the whole wide world. It's the best in the whole wide world. I say this, by the way, when you graduate, you will talk about your institution with that same amount of fervor that I have for my institution, you learn so much from it. You learn so much from it. I mean, I will touch the ground as I get into Jamshedpur because that's the place which made me who went through this journey of life. Went through the journey of life. I'm eternally grateful to XLRI. Yes, sir.
Hello, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. Well, sir, firstly, I would like to say that you have failed at your job of making us fall asleep.
I did notice nobody is sleeping. Oh, my. That must be
But-
people in the other room, yeah.
But the session was amazing, sir.
Thank you.
And for the question I have is, so after COVID, a lot of companies have adopted the work from home and hybrid system of work. So, do you see that continuing, or what is your opinion about that kind of work system? I'm asking this because I have been working with a consultancy as an HR. So a lot of students have approached me, and a lot of people have approached me that they would like to work from home, but companies right now, they're not willing to provide work from home. So what is your opinion about hybrid system and work from home system?
See, question that I understand I can respond to, I will say it's a very great question. So questions where I falter, and I'm not very sure, I'll say it's an outstanding question. Yours is an outstanding question.
Thank you, sir.
So, the jury is still out. Industry-wise, the answer will be different. Where there is a point of sale, you cannot say I'm going to work from home. Where there's a point of service, you cannot say I'm going to work from home. Doctors cannot work from home. Right? So some industries, wherever it's possible, you can do a hybrid. So we have an opportunity, we have a great opportunity. For instance, we can bring a lot of women back to work because they're all at home. Because they are at stages in their lives where they're either rearing children, they're making sure that the children are well taken care of, and they don't want to suffer this guilt. It's always an either or. Here, hybrid is an ampersand. Working from home is an ampersand, and it gives an opportunity for bringing such people. The best minds are available. But it should work for certain kinds of industries, and we must put our soul into it and say, I'm going to make it work. But in some places, it helps because ideas will grow only in places where there is interaction. And that's when a lot of things are generated. When we are on conference calls, what do? Camera off, microphones off. Suddenly there's a question, says, Nathan, what do you think of this? He says, excuse me, the network was a little this thing. Can you come again, please? So that means you are gassing, you are sleeping, you are doing something else, right? And then suddenly you ask these kinds of questions, which means you don't have what Professor said, you don't, attention deficient. So we must be in a position to grab that moment. And that, when you're sitting in a class, when you're sitting in a boardroom, when you're sitting in a team room, you can read everybody because of their non-verbal communication. You can't do that on a conference call. But that's a great question. Thank you.
One more thing.
Outstanding question.
One
Yep.
more thing, sir. Sorry, but so as I've worked with a consultancy and a lot of companies have approached me, but as they're not allowing work from home, the reason why they're not allowing work from home is because people are, as you have said, people are gassing and just dozing off and all
So
that.
it could be gas.
Yeah, whatever. Like, yes, and people are doing 2 jobs at a time and all that. How would you react on that? What are your
I'll give you my personal view. This has got nothing to do with the firm that I represent. If you're getting paid by one organization, then using part of that time to do something else in another organization is not right. I belong to an old school. I think we must be loyal to what we're getting paid for. If you want another 30 pieces of silver, you must go and ask. I don't think I'm paid right, so can you pay me some more money? I think that's a better way to do it. And you can still do another job within the organization if you're so keen on working. Yes, ma'am. Do people really matter? AI is gathering a lot of steam and currency. What do you think is the answer? Only people matter. They've already answered it for you. People matter. People matter the most. What we need to do is we need to use AI and use it intelligently. Not everything that a chat GPT will be able to give you all the right answers. So use technology, but be smart about it. One last question. Yes, sir. So, how did I manage my professional? So, I want to explain it in a nice way. So, you draw a circle and then you break it up into sections. I'd like 30% of my life for such activity. So, I'll give you the story of my brother-in-law, who I think is one of the most successful beings that I've ever known, ever. So he says, my life is lot about quarter. Hey, not that quarter, huh? so, so he says, quarter of my life, I want to give it to work. Quarter of my life, I want to give it to my family. Quarter of my life, I'd like to give it to myself. I mean, he plays badminton, he plays cricket, he does a lot of things for himself. And then a quarter of my life, I'd like to give to my friends. That I think is a very nice balanced life. When he says quarter, it's not exactly 25%, but if you're able to visualize that, it's fantastic. But I'll tell you a corollary to that. You've all done your science and all that. You know what is umbra and penumbra? Huh? Eclipse, the one in the center, dark one, is the umbra. But if you see something in the sky which is just the umbra, and let's pretend that the umbra is work, is that beautiful? It's not, because you will not know what the rest of it is. The penumbra, which is around it, which is the other circle, is what makes the whole thing come alive. So what is it that you will do outside of your work that will keep up those juices flowing, that you will feel very happy about? I love to read, I love to write, I love watching movies, I like to run, I like to do 100 things. I also like to work. So if you can juggle a lot of balls in the air and feel happy about it, I think that's good life. Thank you. Yes, sir. That will be the very last question. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir. So, you tapped into a psychological tool today, reverse psychology. So, is it a conscious decision that you tap into the psychological tools when you're handling clients or any group of people, or is it just that you've learned it over the period of years?
This is an outstanding question. First of all, I didn't know what's a psychological tool. Then you say you use it so effective. You must tell me offline, you got to tell me what I did. But regardless, let me tell you something. I think the one thing that works a lot is, like our professor talked about, stories. An ability to say stories, tell them in a very convincing way, and use yourself as the object of either the person who has made it or did not make it is a great way to walk around. Our lives are getting very complicated. Our lives used to be a lot better. I belong to a Jurassic Park era. I'm not talking about the other person on the stage. I belong to the Jurassic Park era. We didn't have these televisions, we didn't have a lot of distractions. But you people, you are genius. because you still managed to get admissions to one of the top universities, top colleges, top business school, despite all the distractions. You people are fantastic. Now, do you believe it? Do you believe it? No. See, any person who says, I don't believe it, is having a self-doubt. First of all, remove that doubt. I'll tell you one last story before I go. Are you all okay with that? Yes. Okay. The guru in my life is a woman called Professor Indira Parekh. Who said yay? Oh, you know Indira Parekh? Oh, yeah, okay. So Indira Parekh is from IIM Ahmedabad, and I worked very closely with her for several years. She is a woman par excellence. Fabulous woman. Great knowledge. But beyond that, she has a very affectionate, you almost feel that you are the prince in her life. Every person will feel that, oh, Indira, I belong to Indira. She has that kind of mentoring way in which she comes across with a lot of people. One day, I asked Indira this question. I said, Indira, how is it that when I sit with you, you're almost to the complete exclusion of every single person in this planet, and you're able to be with me in just those moments? Then he said, I'll tell you a story. Years ago, her husband, Professor Parekh, was invited to Sweden, Stockholm. And this was on the 10th of December. What happens on the 10th of December each year? You got it. Somebody said it. Nobel Prizes. 10th Nobel Prizes are given out. And it's not like Professor Parekh won that, but Professor Parekh was invited, and Indira went as a trailing spouse. Grand ballroom. People in all kinds. Normally in a grand ballroom, how do people dress? Black. Everybody is in a black, they've got a black gown, everything, all black gown evening. Indira Parekh went in one of her colorful best Indian saris. She was the cynosure of everybody's eyes, and she was a very young, they were a very young couple at that time. And she rubbed shoulders with a lot of Nobel laureates. And just out of her enthusiasm, she asked somebody, says, Sir, I'd like to spend half an hour with you tomorrow. Is it possible to meet you tomorrow for half an hour? Now, Nobel laureates, half an hour is like, nobody asks these kinds of questions. Now, all of them have these ADCs, no? So somebody came in and said, hey, so the Nobel laureate stopped and says, I'd like to meet the lady tomorrow, 9:30 sharp. And he went away. Then this ADC came back and said to Indira, tomorrow he will meet you, 9:30, but it is not for half an hour, but it will be for 15 minutes. So Indira said, fine. So next day, 9:30, Indira was there. The door opened and the Nobel laureate was at his desk. They had a chat. The chat was all of 15 minutes. But Indira said it seemed like it was for hours together. It was almost like I spent a complete hour with this person who's a Nobel laureate. And when I came out, I promised myself that if this is what a Nobel laureate can do in 15 minutes, perhaps I can follow suit. Maybe I can learn this from him. That is Indira Parekh for me. Many times, when I work with people, the first thing I'd like to do is make sure that my phone is switched off, nothing is around, and I'm with that person. Am I able to make it? Perhaps not. But that which I heard from Indira Parekh, I will never forget. Because that is the challenge of today. Wish you well, guys. Wish you all the women in this room. You're all going to be outstanding leaders. You may not believe it on the first day, but as you graduate 2 years hence, you'll remember what I said. You are the best. You're the best. Sometimes when you don't believe it, hold a mirror and tell yourself that you're the best. And if you don't believe it, get somebody to say it for you. On that note, thank you everybody.
Thank you, sir, for an informative, engaging, and inspirational talk. I'm sure all of us here today have gathered a lot of insights to take back with us. Thank you, sir.
I won't take too much time, just a minute. I want to thank Mr. Nathan for reinforcing storytelling, and after a great lunch, you have not gone to sleep. I just want you to remember this about storytelling and intersperse it with everything else that you do when you make your presentations. There's one announcement I forgot to make even before we started, is that we have signed an MOU with Case Western Reserve University for our students to spend either a semester or two in USA. So this is one added, I mean, we didn't advertise it for you to join us because of Case Western, but this is something, we'll get you the details. They're coming here and we'll talk to you about it. And the last thing is, as I saw questions coming from the sample, I did suddenly realize after a few years, we've got a very perky set of students, and I must thank the admission outreach team for doing this stupendous job of getting our numbers. Thank you very much.
Guys, please settle down. Do not use your mobile phones in the gap, please. I now invite Professor Pallavi Pandey, co-convener Prarambh 2023, to deliver the vote of thanks. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Tanmaya. I realize that our chief guest is in that room and he's listening the vote of thanks. He would be listening vote of thanks from that room. So a part of speech is dedicated to him. Good evening. Respected chief guest, Shri S.V. Nathan, Dean Professor Lakshmi Kumar, faculty members of CRIA, Director of Student Life, Amanjeet Kaur Ahuja, Director Communications, new PhD batch, and the batch 2025 sitting in the audience. I also should not miss to mention the Chief of Administration, Lieutenant Colonel C.P. Satyasiran, the Controller of Examination, Professor Vijay Lakshmi, Director Academic Administration, G. Janki R. I'm honored to be a part of this wonderful event. Much honored to deliver a vote of thanks for this orientation program in the presence of our chief guest, Shri S.V. Nathan, who delivered a wonderful talk on Beyond Your Classrooms. We did not sleep. We laughed a lot. We enjoyed his humor. We had a great time listening to his stories, if at all you are hearing it, sir. You struck on several positive notes. You started off with highlighting the importance of how should we spend each day of our lives, sailing through hurdles by seeking help from others, developing curiosity. You shared certain tricks on how to develop curiosity, doing right things once a day, how ordinary things matters in our life, appreciating someone, appreciating your faculty members. You stressed on having a positive approach to your relationships so that everyone wins because we work together. Your lessons on developing courage, importance of networking, finding a mentor, developing patience, having patience, and speaking up, showing up, holding up, and believing in yourself. The most important of it was the attitude of service. And that also reminds me of his first chapter of the book, The Heart of Work, where you are recalling your interaction with your grandma on how we should develop an attitude of service to others without expecting nothing in return. The title of that chapter is What Goes Around Comes Around. Remember, for you, he stressed on failure is not an event. Failure is an event, not a person. And you concluded your speech with stressing on the 4 principles of your life. Thank you so much. Your words of wisdom will go a long way. On behalf of IFMR Graduate School of Business, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you for accepting our invitation to this event. You made it a memorable one. Once again, thank you for your insightful and motivating talk. We laughed till the end. I must certainly thank our Dean, Professor Dr. Lakshmi Kumar, for her presence and support for this event. You reflected on the opportunities that IFMR give to its MBA cohort to shine in their career by focusing on problem-solving skills, how developing curiosity, having a dragonfly eye to see the problems in your life. And I'm sure you have struck the right chords amongst our MBA batch. I'm also grateful to the chairperson MBA, Prof. Gayatri, who's also heading Prarambh, for delivering the welcome note. Thank you so much, Tanmaya, Shreya, Harshita, Vishal, for that lovely invocation song, the drum that you played. I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge the support of various departments who contributed towards the execution of this event. I would like to thank, most of all, Prarambh volunteers. I appreciate your efforts. You brought in the spark to this event. Give a pat to your back. My faculty colleagues, who are also the Prarambh convener, Prof. Ankit and Prof. Kumaraval, for your contributions. Special mention to the Office of Student Life, Raki, Surekha, Sushnata, and Avinod. And communications team, operations team, IT team, MBA program office, and the supporting staff of KRIA. And finally, I would like to thank the superstars of the day, the incoming batch 2025. I not only thank you for attending the inauguration, but would like to thank you and congratulate you for taking up the MBA program at IFMR GSB. I give my best wishes to you for have a great 2 years ahead. I'm sure you have taken the right decision, and I can promise the coming days are going to be extremely interesting and exciting. All the very best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So we will now take a short break for tea and refreshments. Tea and refreshments are served in the atrium. We request you all to kindly return to your seats in 15 minutes. You can all be back in your seats by 4 o'clock sharp. Also, for all the faculty members, the tea and refreshments will be served in the faculty block. Please do it.
poster is what you will see most of your faculty using. Be scared. It means there is a PPT. Okay, and death by PPT is a very real thing. Okay, so beware. If you see this as a weapon of mass destruction, it can put 60 people to sleep at one go. In this case, you all are 180. And many times it won't work. Yeah. Do you all agree? Yes. The sum of money hurts. Doesn't it? Right? Whether it's from the bank, whether it is from a parent's bank account, whether it is self-funded, each time you sign it over, it hurts. Okay? One important thing, and I have a lot of finance colleagues here who will tell you that this is not an expense. Okay? It's an investment that you make in yourself. Okay? And what do you do with investments? Right? Do you start writing it off the minute you spend? I'm sure a lot of my finance colleagues will talk to you about investing in shares and how do you ensure ROIs and how do you ensure that your wealth multiplies. Okay? Part of that investment is staying the course. Okay? So when you make the choice to acquire an MBA degree, okay, do not write it off as an expense. Think of it as an investment in yourself. Okay? And like with any other investment, it has to be nurtured. Okay? In this case, the product is you. I also have marketing colleagues here, okay, who will talk about you as a brand, you as a product that you have to market. Okay? So it's you as the product, you as the brand, and you are continuously investing in yourself. Okay? As caretakers of you in this journey of 2 years, we will provide you every opportunity to nurture yourself, to keep deepening the investment you make it yourself. Okay? But that's the spirit with which I want you to look at this degree. It's not an expense, it's not a ticket to riches, it's certainly not a ticket to the moon and to Mars. Okay? It's a ticket to a better you. Okay? Please keep that in mind during these 2 years that you will spend with us. If you see, there is one thing that's missing here. What is missing here? Salary. Okay, jobs. I just said increased job opportunities. I didn't immediately say job. Okay, because one thing that an MBA prepares you for, and we seem to be on these running metaphors today, is it's not a sprint. Okay, your first job is not your last job. It will never be your last job. Okay. Is your first job the only job that you will hold in your life which gives you all that you aspired for? Never. You would be very lucky if your second or third job becomes your dream job. Okay. We hope that you do. Okay. But usually a job, an MBA and a job after an MBA is to be viewed as a marathon. It's not a sprint. Okay. So do not for 1 minute believe that the job that you get in your summer internship or the job that you get after your placement is what sums you up as an individual. It's just one step. Okay. And that one step is the beginning of a staircase. Okay. The staircase is ahead. You have to climb up the staircase. And you sometimes never know there is that pot of gold either sometimes midway in the staircase or at the top of the staircase. Okay. But please view this MBA degree that you will acquire at the end of 2 years as your first step. And life has a lot more to offer to you beyond that degree, that first job, what have you. All right? We also look at awareness of a global market. Okay, this is one of the prerequisites of an MBA degree because we are not just looking at you at working in one market or one industry. You are not being prepared for that. The idea is to become an all-round manager. Okay? Please remember your degree is business administration. Your degree is not in a particular industry or in a particular specialization. You do specialize, I'm not denying that. But the idea is that as you go up that staircase that I talked to you about, the metaphor that I used of a staircase, we are aspiring, we are creating future managers, we are creating future leaders. Okay? For which you need to know that today when you hear the term global village, it may sound cliched, but it's really true. Okay? You keep talking about how India is now building new bridges with the United States. Okay? How during the Ukraine war, how India actually triumphed when it came to trade negotiations. all of that goes to show that as workers or as people who work in the Indian market, there are global variables that affect us, and we in turn affect various global variables. Okay. So you need to be sensitive to the world around you, not just the specific city, region, market, country that you work in. That's part of our job when you come into the classrooms to make you global citizens. Okay. We will definitely work on improving communication skills. That doesn't mean to say that you do not have communication skills. Okay. I'm sure all of you have passed some of the toughest interview rounds where people would have grilled you, etc., to make it here. Okay. That is commendable, for sure. Please do not sell yourself short. Okay. You have done a commendable job by coming here. But managerial communication means saying a lot in very limited time. The Reels instance does not apply only to Gen Z, it applies to us too. We also consume Reels, by the way. We may look ancient, okay? But we also consume Reels, we watch YouTube shorts, and trust you me, we are also conditioned to process in 15-second intervals. Okay? So when I talk about improving communication skills, I'm saying, how can I be effective with the least possible time? Okay? And if you really want to get eyeballs, if you want to be effective, it's about sharper communication. Through the course of the MBA program, when you do case study discussions, when you work in group projects, when you are fielding sharp questions from your faculty, unconsciously and consciously you will be building the skill. I was just talking to my faculty colleagues and we realized that your current senior batch, the way we saw them last year to the way we are seeing them now, they are transformed. We just cannot recognize them as the same students who were sitting there and came into our classes for the first time, and the way in which they are communicating now. Okay? They may not acknowledge the role of faculty or of the curriculum, okay? But it's the process that makes them do it. We are not appropriating credit. It all belongs to them for sure, but it's the process that transforms them. You will definitely expand your professional network. Mr. Nathan has spent a lot of time talking about networks, building connections, etc. Please realize that a residential campus life builds bonds for life. Okay? Invest in them. Because when you invest in others, others invest in you. Okay? Don't behave like an island. No man is an island or no woman is an island. Okay? We are all part, we are all connected individuals. And with technology, we need to stay connected, otherwise technology will make us all obsolete. I like science fiction. So, you know, the world can be overrun by robots and AI. Okay? Who are the heroes? If you watch any of those disaster movies, the hero is never an AI or a robot. The hero is always a human being. Okay? So please stay connected with people. You will spend a lot of time with technology to do, you know, get past this course, but do not forget people in that process. Okay? Definitely you are here for job opportunities. Okay? That's the reason why you're here pursuing one of the more difficult degrees that are available for increasing your prospects as an employee. Our chief guest today spoke a lot about what makes an employee. Okay? I don't want to tread the same ground because I don't think I could say it as well as he did. But suffice to say that you are here in this degree, again, coming back to that word investment. An investment does not stop with your first job. Okay? So job opportunities will occur after 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 6 years. Okay? But your degree needs to stay relevant. You need to stay relevant. Okay? Last but not the least is better time management. One of the things that any second year student will tell you that it is inhuman, the pressure that is put on you. In a short time, I will share with you the number of credits you do. Okay? If you're not scared enough, you should be scared when I show you that slide. Okay? There will be slips, there will be breakdowns, but it will make you stronger. Okay? What doesn't break you? I don't need to say more. Okay? We do not want to lose a single person. You know, the analogy that the chief guest said about the soldier. Okay? Our philosophy in this school is no student left behind. Okay? We want to ensure that you get what you came here for and more. It's not very transactional. You've paid so much, you get so much. It doesn't work like that. Okay? So what we are here is to ensure that you get the best out of everything that is provided for you. And as part of that process, you will learn as part of managers, this managerial training, is how to make the best use of time. Because one of the most valuable resources that you will have at your disposal is time. Okay? And part of being a good manager is working with constraints. What are the constraints in this case? Mean faculty, like me, okay, who will have very tough deadlines. Okay? Distractions in the form of friends who will call you to Dhaba, Chennai, Bangalore, other places. Okay? Narsimha, okay? Groups, group work, okay? Family pressures. Okay? There will be many such. But if you want to honor this investment that you have made, you will have to make use of the most critical and scarce resource that you have, which is, right? There are a lot of analogies. I don't want to go down that path. Let me get on to scaring you all some more. What do we expect? I wanted to bring this up because there are certain things that the school stands for, okay, and that determines the culture of the batch. Okay. When I talk about these competencies, okay, these are the skills that maybe you possess coming in, but we definitely want you to acquire and work on them during these 2 years. Okay. When I use these words on learning, ethical behavior, Dean Professor Lakshmi Kumar spoke about handling ambiguity. Okay. These are very important skills for you to work on and demonstrate throughout these entire 2 years. What sets apart an MBA degree from any other regular master's degree is this challenge that we pose constantly in front of you, saying, how much can you blend different sources of knowledge, different streams of knowledge, and come out as a better version of yourself? We are not looking for incremental betterment. We are looking at exponential betterment. You understand the difference between incremental and exponential? Increment is this. This you would have got even after working for a couple of years after your graduate degree. Correct? Remember investment? Remember the money that has gone out from your bank account? Remember ROI? Therefore, this much change. Right? So these are certain values that we constantly expect you to demonstrate. If you're not sure how to get it, you will. Because that is the value that you will see around you. That's the culture we live by when you see here. We uphold our students to very high levels of ethics and integrity. That's something that we value the most. Okay? And if you are ethical and demonstrate integrity, trust you me, and I speak from about close to 30 years of experience in industry and academia, things will fall in line. Shortcuts have never benefited anybody. Right? So these are values that we want you to imbibe and live by. This is the culture of the school that you have come to. This is the culture of the university. Please accept it. It's a process of osmosis. The more you live it, the more it becomes ingrained in you. Okay? And these are values that will work with you through life. These are not just 2-year values that we are talking about. The scary slide. Yeah? I'm not going to say you can take photographs. This will come out very soon, okay? But please take this and paste it on your walls, okay? This is what your first year holds. Okay, you will do so many credits. We prepare you for your summer internships. We build foundations on which you can build specializations. You will do a summer internship. There will be workshops across for skill enhancement, competency building, all of which, as I said, work to the philosophy of what philosophy? Investment. Have you heard of SIP, Systematic Investment Plan? This is your systematic investment plan right here. Every trimester is an SIP in motion. Every trimester, your report card will show where your investments are faring. Your faculty feedback on performance will tell you whether you are on the right track or not, or you need to shift portfolios. Again, I have my finance colleagues. I hope they don't laugh me out of the room here. Okay? But the reason I wanted to work with investment is because many of you may aspire to specializations in finance. So please recognize that stock exchange is something where many people play. But an MBA degree is one person playing. Okay? So this is your portfolio that you will have to work with. Monitor returns. Returns will be in the form of grades. I'm not talking about internships and placements because that I leave to my colleagues to talk about. But this is your performance metric. Okay? It is hard. I don't want to sugarcoat it here. Okay? It is hard. It is a lot of pressure, but it's also fun. Okay? You have the benefit of not being day scholars. You don't have to travel and come back here. You are here. Okay? Make the best use of all that the campus has to offer. And what the campus has to offer, we will have campus and student life talking to you about. There is a lot on offer. Okay? Keep this in your mind. I'm reiterating the word investment. Everything you do is an investment in yourself. Whether you play a sport, whether you participate in a competition, whether you work very hard on a project, everything is an investment in yourself. Nothing is wasted here. Nothing. That's the beauty of the MBA degree. Nothing is wasted here. These are some of the core MBA courses. Starting from 17th of July, the grind starts. Okay. We follow a very strict process of having a course outline with regular assessments. Faculty will tell you what their expectations are. They will be supportive where you need assistance. And we have some of the best faculty here, some of the most empathetic faculty I've ever come across. Okay. Ever ready to help, cheerful, will go over and beyond classroom hours to ensure that you feel comfortable. But you have to tap into them. You have to work with them. Right? So these are some of the courses that you will do. We call them core MBA courses because everybody goes through them. There's no option here. Elective courses come in from the second year. There are multiple areas where we offer specialization. More on that later. Let's not scare you too much. Okay? But you have close to 50 to 60 electives across different areas, from finance to OBHR to general management to operations. Okay. So you can, it's like literally like a buffet. Okay. And we encourage you to sample everything. Okay. Because that's what makes a leader. If you see today's leaders, even if they come from a functional area, take any CEO, even if they come from a functional area, when they become CEOs or leaders, they are actually demonstrating all functional competencies. Okay. Sundar Pichai cannot say, I was a technical man, so I will only focus on development. What is he talking about today? He's crafting the future for Google for the next 10 years. In the era of ChatGPT, how do I manage competition? Okay. That's leadership. So you need to choose your subjects in a manner in which you future-proof yourself. Okay. We use the lecture and case study method extensively. We use different types of case studies. You will go through a session on preparing for case studies as part of your prep program, which is coming up in the next week. You will do a lot of analysis, discussion, problem solving, solutioning. Okay? And more importantly, standing by your solutions. Because it's not just important to come up with a solution, it's also important to own it. Okay? One of the examples of the chief guest today is saying, I stand by some of the decisions I made. Okay? In the real world, those decisions could be life or death or make or break. Okay? Case studies are simulations. We prepare you to handle decisions like those, which could actually test what you stand for, okay, what you believe in, okay, and doing the right thing. So these are multiple ethical dilemmas that might come up when you run these discussions. Okay? Lectures, of course, unfortunately, death by PPT is a very real thing. I also stand guilty of the same. Okay? But yes, lectures are a very real aspect. Outside of the classroom, we've had a lot of talk on outside of the classroom, and you will hear a little more. There's an entire universe of possibility. Okay. I would strongly urge all of you to participate and dabble in whatever we have to offer. We are in a remote location. We can't wish that away. Okay. But that doesn't mean that we have no life. Okay. There is an entire thriving life that happens outside of the classrooms. Immerse yourself in it. It's great fun. There are many times when I walk by and I regret that I did not have a residential campus experience. Okay. Students shoo us away. They go silent when they see faculty like us walking by. And I feel so sad in those times. So I wish, but unfortunately I'm 30 years too late. Right? So make sure that you make the most of being here, right? Remoteness is only a drawback if you make it a drawback. Okay, it's all here. Okay. It means more time. There are no distractions. There's no Zomato. There's no PVR. There's no Inox. Okay? But there are a whole host of clubs which allow you to do whatever you want. Okay? We are a very inclusive campus. Nobody here is too good or too bad. Everyone is welcome and accepted as they are. Okay? Make the most of all the opportunities we provide. What do you learn? Right? I told you about the credits, case study, etc. What do you learn at the end of the day? Okay? You definitely learn how to be quick on your feet. You will have faculty who will say, answer this question. 5 marks for class participation. Don't know the answer? 0. Okay. You will have faculty who will say, come solve this problem here. Don't know? Come meet me in my office hours. Class participation is not just about saying anything that comes to your mind, including the weather or the newspaper reports. It's about presence of mind. It's about being present here in the mind, not just a body on the chair. Okay? And trust you me, many of us faculty have experience. We know how many of you are sleeping with your eyes open. Right? I don't want to do that in this room, but in smaller classrooms, trust you me, you will get called out. Okay? We've got eyes at the back of our head, a third eye here, multiple sensors that work to identify when you are not here. Right? You will definitely learn how to command respect. And one of the best ways we do it is by forcing group work. We've had many instances where groups have taken time to come together. Okay? But once you work in a group, you will find that acknowledgement from your peers is one of the best rewards that you can get. Okay? If your friend says, "Wow, bahut badhiya," that will give you more satisfaction than a faculty saying, "Topper." Okay? That's what we want you to work towards. Okay? We will definitely talk to you about handling ambiguity, different kinds of situations, how you can make the most of it. That happens in classrooms, when you participate in different competitions, when you interact with corporates, corporate leaders who will come in, guest lecturers, many such opportunities. Okay? Digital savviness. Yeah, we are all living in a world of chat GPT, of AI. Okay? Faculty are grappling with how do we catch plagiarism. Okay? So we accept it as somebody in the classroom, the elephant in the room that we all need to address. Okay? So if you are smart, we may not be as smart as you, but we will have our other ways of getting even. Okay? We may not be as digitally savvy as you, but we are equally wicked in other ways. Okay? Your entire MBA journey is geared towards helping you to identify problems, frame the problem. We will spend a lot of time on framing problems because sometimes there will be so many data points. There will be different types of information that will be thrown at you. You will have to sift. Have you seen where they sift the wheat from the chaff? Chalni se? Correct? So sometimes in an era of data overload, the problem may be hidden somewhere else. Okay? A true test of managerial mindset is actually knowing where is the real problem. Okay? So when you do case studies, when you engage in discussions in class, we'll spend a lot of time on actually scoping or defining the problem, and then comes the solving. Okay? Have you all heard this saying which says, well begun is half done? If you define the problem, solutioning becomes easier. So 50% of your time will actually go in scoping and defining the problem. That's what you get when you engage in the classrooms. Where is the real managerial problem that I need to focus my attention on? Once the problem is defined, then you start throwing solutions. Okay? Decision making, as I said, each case requires you to take a stance. Okay. Last but not the least, interpersonal. Imagine yourself working in a group with 6 people, all of whom are pulling in different directions. Yeah? Remember, the submission is one. Faculty don't take 6 different submissions even if all of you don't agree on one. The process by which you drive a consensus, the process by which you arrive at one output is your interpersonal skill going. But there's a lot of negotiation. There's a lot of communication that goes on. There's a lot of give and take that happens here. Okay? It's one of the most fascinating processes. It's very difficult because this year there are going to be a lot of changes in how you make groups. Okay, I'm just giving you a little heads up here. Okay? You will be in groups which will challenge you. That I can guarantee you. Okay? Each person believes he or she is the best because all of you have got here on merit. Okay? How do you convince 6 people that your voice needs to be heard? Your solution is the best. Okay? That's where you learn your interpersonal skills. I can't stress enough and more about this. Okay? It's a lot about the people you meet. Okay? And I say people you meet, it's not just your classmates. Okay? For instance, I think they spoke about Narsimha a lot. Okay? MBA done right is the words that Isha and Tanmay used, and that comes from their heart because they've seen what the corporate world holds. Okay? It's about different people you meet. The service stuff, when we talk about service with a smile, many of you will be in customer-facing roles. How do you deliver or handle irate customers with a smile? There's learning there. Managing a complex of this size with snakes and all, they are a very real thing. Incidentally, Professor, Mr. Satya will talk to you about it when he addresses you. Okay? It is a chore to manage a campus of this size and ensure that all of you are happy and satisfied. Student life. A small team of people working with close to 1,000 students. Okay? And I don't need to tell you all how difficult you all can be. Do I? Do I need to say how difficult you all can be? Do you all agree that you all can be difficult? There you go. There's learnings to be happening, learning from there too. So it's all the people you meet. Please do not believe that learning is only with the person sitting next to you or your roommate or your dorm mate or your classmate. No, they're just one fraction of your life. Okay? One of the most undervalued people in this system are your faculty. Okay, most people believe that faculty are here to deliver lectures, grade papers, and then we just need to fade into the woodwork. Okay, not to be seen, not to be heard. Okay. Most of your faculty here bring with them a wealth of experiences, not just in academics, but from corporates. They wear multiple hats. Okay, and they are here by choice. Please do not think that faculty are here because somebody has held a gun to their head and said, go to IFMR GSB and teach. Everyone is here by choice. Everyone is here because they love what they do. You can learn a lot from, and this is vicarious learning. Somebody has already lived those experiences and sharing it with you. If today Mr. Nathan is sharing with you, 35 years, Mr. Nathan is a guest, he's already left. Your faculty is here. Should you or should you not value them? Yeah? So don't just wait for guest lecturers to come in. Your faculty are no less than guest lecturers. Okay? Value them. Experiences you have completely in your hand. There will be many opportunities that will be provided to you. Make the most of them. Okay? The memories you create. There will be good and bad memories. Bad memories will make you sad, but they'll also make you wiser. Good memories will make you happy. Yeah? And feel good. Right? And the bonds you forge. Okay? These are what lead to personal growth. And these are all, again, back to my theme of investments. Every bond you forge, every relationship you cherish leads to strengthening of the investment you have chosen to make in yourself. Don't sell yourself short. Make the most of what you've got. This is 2 years later. That's just a piece of paper. Yeah, the throwing of the hat is symbolic. Okay? The piece of paper is just that, which tells you you've got the degree. But have you earned the right to call yourself a manager? That title you can get only during these 2 years, the process. Okay? The paper is important. It's one of the keys to further riches. The process is equally, if not more important. Thank you for your time. We will keep meeting over the course of the next 2 years. If you have any questions, I can take 1 or 2, but after that, I'd like to introduce you to the faculty who are gathered here and have them also address and welcome you. If you have any questions, 1 or 2 of them I can take. None? Wonderful. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to start from this side of the room. If I can pass the mics. I'm going to ask the faculty to start with Professor Akhilesh. Yeah, I'm going to ask the faculty to introduce themselves. They'll talk about what areas they are. You will definitely see a lot of them. Yeah.
Hello, I'm Akhilesh Prasad. I'm here assistant professor in finance area. I mostly deliver courses on quant finance and some sort of analytics. So I joined here recently, and my research is mostly focused on quant finance and machine learning. Thank you.
So hello everyone, my name is Ankur Paliwal. Completed my PhD from Shiv Nadar University, and I'm more into corporate governance, basically looking at the compensation and all that. And smaller part of my research is something on behavioral finance, and I used to teach that behavioral finance. That's all about me.
Hello, good evening. Welcome to IFMR. Good to see a hall full of people, because I think 2018 people passed out with a large number. This is the second batch which has such a high number. Welcome. I'm Nagrani. I teach human resources, and probably I'll be teaching one part of your subject in the first term. Welcome. That's it.
Good evening, everyone. Amit Das, admissions, also data science and information systems. We'll meet in ISB. The course is called INFS 501, also affectionately known as ISB. So we'll talk more there. We can't talk in front of these people.
Good evening, welcome. I'm Shobha Das. I'm in the strategy area, and I can say confidently that we are the most powerful department in the school, because Prof. Gayatri is head of MBA, and I'm head of the PhD program. So we are the most powerful group. Thank you.
Good evening. I join my faculty colleagues to welcome you all to IFMR GSB. I teach HR and OB subjects. So a while ago, Prof. Gayatri talked about why get an MBA degree, what are the biggest skills you're going to learn from the MBA degree, the interpersonal skills, problem-solving skills, decision-making skills, the importance of time management. All these are taken care by HR and OB area. So we are the most powerful department here. So welcome once again. Thank you.
Welcome all of you. I'm Suresh, teach economics here. So I'm new as you are, okay? So we learn together. Okay, so let's hope for the best.
Hello everyone, I am Shomopal. I teach economics here. I am also as new as you guys are here. So I generally do research in environmental economics, climate change and sustainability. We'll meet soon during your preparatory course. Me and Professor Suresh are teaching you Maths for Management course, and all the best for next 2 years. Work hard and also take care of yourself, okay? Mentally and physically. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. I am Vinod Kumar, faculty in finance and accounting area. I teach various subjects. So welcome all here. Thank you.
I'm Sesha Meka. I'm in finance and accounting area. So I basically teach security analysis and portfolio management course. That is about it. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Satya Saminathan. I chair marketing division. No, I'm not going to ask you how many of you are going to be in marketing, because I know I'll get humiliated. So let us talk about it in the class. But when we are talking about the powerful department, I would like to give an analogy before I hand over the mic to the other person. Marketing, the best part of being in marketing is that it gets evolved over years. For example, 10 years ago, none of us knew what is an app. Okay. Today, almost 65% of the business happens on apps, which you all know, the mobile apps. 15 years ago, there were no mobile phones, in the sense smartphones, right? Today, almost 60% of the business happens in smartphone. So marketing keeps evolving. I'm into the teaching for the last 10 years. When I started, I'm probably 13 years. When I started the teaching, I didn't know what is an app. Today, all my subjects are relating to app. So I'm not going to teach the same topic which I've been teaching for 15 years. So without disrespecting the other areas, I'm saying marketing is the most powerful, okay? Thank you. We shall catch up in the classes.
So I'll just take a second to introduce myself. The other hat that I wear is I'm also faculty in strategy. I meet most of you in the third term. Strategy is the most powerful department because that is what CEOs do. And if you want to be a CEO, you have to acknowledge that strategy is the most powerful subject. So as you can see, your faculty can be fun. Yeah. So we are not as boring as we look or as we sound. We are fun. Anyways, welcome again, and we really look forward to seeing you in the classrooms. You're a bright, cheerful, energetic lot. Please bring those positive energies into class. It makes life a lot more fun. Yeah. Thank you. On that note, I hand you back to Tanmay, Shri, and Isha to take the proceedings forward.
Thank you so much, Professor Gayatri, and each and every faculties. But ma'am, these guys seem to be scared. And guys, if you're not, you will be very soon. But also, Tanmay, do you remember our first project and assignment?
Oh, yeah, I do. How can I forget those sleepless nights, tight schedules, and also the demanding questions from the faculty? But don't you think it's all a part of our MBA journey? 1 year back from now, I wouldn't regret doing it all over again.
Tanmay, do you remember the first person you made friends with?
Oh, yeah, of course I do.
Are you friends with the same till now?
Okay, guys, let's move ahead with the
No,
program.
no, we are not moving ahead. We want to know the story.
Okay, so long story short, you meet a lot of people, you become friends, and you become enemies with the friends who you first met, and enemies become friends. That's what I can tell you 1 year into my MBA program. But rest assured, MBA friends you make here will be always there with you. I can tell because I'm 1 year already into the course. My friends were extremely helpful also during my SIP projects and all. So yeah, you're in the right place. So make friends. Don't scare away from conversations. That's all I would say. Isha, seems like everyone is having some withdrawal symptoms for not using their phones for too long. I mean, for this long hours. Isn't it, guys? Are you all having some withdrawal symptoms? Oh, I can see some hands slowly drawing into their mobile phones over there. Here also. Okay, so don't worry. Now is the time you can take your mobile phones out for a little activity which we all planned for you. So yeah, quickly take your mobile phones out, please. Okay, you're taking mobile phones, like your own mobile phones, right? So why talking? Okay. So there is a poll shared on the WhatsApp group. Kindly respond to it in a minute. Oh, the faculty says it's 30 seconds. Quick assignments from right now. So yeah. Hmm.
Meanwhile, faculties, meanwhile, they are polling. I think I will ask the same question from you guys, and then we can compare if the answers matches. So the question was, why MBA? And the options were growth, placements, knowledge, or better spouse. So, Shobha ma'am. Ma'am, you can answer whatever. Growth? Okay. Ma'am. Sir.
Satya sir, we would request you also to answer the question like why MBA? What would have the audience choose? Was it growth, placements, knowledge, or better spouse? So Satya, yes sir. Like what the audience? Okay. So,
Yeah, okay. So my view is placement. If you are going to get a spouse along with that, it's a bonus.
great, sir, great.
I think if I was asked this question 5 years back, I would say placement and spouse, but now I think it's only placement.
In my opinion, it must be knowledge for simple reason, because rest three you can get only when you get this, and something that we deliver is mostly knowledge. It's boring, of course.
Not at all, sir.
I agree with that. I think the emphasis is on the knowledge, definitely placement. Knowledge with no money in pocket actually makes no sense in the current world. So definitely, and I'll not comment on the spouse because I think MBA is not a better course to get a spouse because I know the competition and
Oh, yeah.
so
True, true.
For me, there should be some more option. It's called none of the above. But as of like out of four, I'll choose like if you like because I'm not from MBA, so I'll go with placements.
Ooh, so any guesses from the audience? Obviously, you know the poll answers. So,
Growth, because I think the questionnaire could have been better. Growth covers placements, growth covers better spouse, growth covers knowledge. So,
so
I won't say placements. Yeah, I'm more for opportunities because I think I found my dream job, which was my second or my third job. Okay. I also have a second career, a third career. So it's definitely opportunities, not placement, not growth, but opportunities. Now I might be bucking the trend here. And I didn't find a spouse during my MBA program. So option 4 is not for me.
great, ma'am. So I thank all the faculties for your views. I am not at all surprised. Isha, are you?
No, not at all.
Oh yeah, that's because. Sorry, sir.
It's a combination of everything. Life is a mix of everything, right? So it is everything: knowledge, growth, of course, the spouse. So, so you cannot rely on one thing, but of course the knowledge is. Yeah. but but I'll go with Suresh, not in the sense that none of the above, but I'll say all of the above. Reason being because your life is full of everything. You need everything in life: knowledge, growth, prospects, opportunities, everything you need. So it is a combination of everything. That's my opinion. Maybe the reason for you is the same.
That's actually true, sir. Thank you so much. So yeah, I am not surprised for the results at all. That placement received highest number of votes, guys. So on that note, yes, ma'am. The growth is in the second position, and next knowledge leaves is the better spouse, which I think they're all being very shying away from answering this first time. I understand. Oh yeah. Okay, so on that note, I would now invite Head Corporate Relations and Career Services, Professor Nagrani Muthuswamy, and her team to give us an overview about the placements at IFMR GSB. Over to you, ma'am.
good evening to all of you. Am I audible? Yeah, okay. I'm not going to make a formal talk, just that I would welcome you. I would like to tell you that you have come to a brand which may not be very well known outside, but it's a solid brand. And I think placements are also happening. We've had a near record of 100% placement throughout the years. I would say one or two batches, one or two people might have missed. Otherwise, 100% placements throughout. And I think it's only possible because of the kind of performance that the students have done year after year. We've not had a single company not come back to us. It's based on the performance of your seniors and super seniors. So I hope that you will all be able to keep up the trend and keep the band going. So other than this, we'll have regular meetings, and we have a team. I would just like to introduce them. The students will be making the presentation, and then we have a very strong student team, and also our placement CRCS cell. It's not a one-person thing. It requires a lot of work. So there's a big team. I'm just only the mirror of whatever they are doing. So Raja Badrinathan, he has about 25 years of experience in the industry. He's a hotelier who was in retail and hotel and very senior positions in the industry. I think he decided to join us, which is a boon for us, very good in networking. And where's Raja? Okay. And next is Suresh. Suresh is a very senior member of IFMR. He's been with us for a very long time. I would say he's the backbone of any query that you have, it's Suresh who would be answering. The youngest member is Harika. Harika is an MBA like you. I think we were also lucky to have her because her husband is working in Sri City. And Harika is again one more. This is a 3-member team. So any queries that you will be going to them, anything that you people want to say? All right. Then the student team, I'll hand it over to them. Joy, come. Hrithik, you want to?
Hello, one and all present here. First of all, I would like to warmly welcome you all and congratulate you all for embarking on this exciting journey of MBA at IFMR GSB. So, first of all, I would like to highlight one thing. Mentorship and guidance is an important element of this entire journey of MBA. And we, the placement committee at IFMR GSB, acts as a guide, as a facilitator, and as a single point of contact between the recruiters, the administration, and the students. So we'll be here helping you throughout your journey at IFMR. So briefly talking about today's agenda, introduction of CRCS team, introduction of the student placement committee. This is the CRCS team, which is headed by Professor Nagarani. She is the head of the Corporate Relation and Career Services. Aishwarya Vedachalam, Deepak Jain, Tushar Sachdeva, Shivani, Purva Jain, Aishwarya Vedachalam, and Madhu Mitran. These are our teammates. So what we do at Placement Committee? So we are constantly in touch with recruiters, we build relationship, and we conduct various corporate events, and we connect people from academy and industry for that. Apart from that, we conduct active mock interview sessions. We prepare you for interviews. We build your profile building activities. We prepare your resumes. We help you do that. And apart from that, we also keep you posted on various B-School competitions that take place across India. So first thing I would like to highlight here, there is two sides of the aisle. First is we placement committee, which acts as a facilitator. And it is you on the other side of the aisle, which you have to work, you have to prepare yourself so that you become future ready. So for doing that, I would like to highlight few things which you should be doing. Focus on academics right from your day one. It's an important part of this entire journey. Focus that you're open to various opportunities which comes at campus. Have an open mind. Have an open attitude towards everything which every opportunities that come here. Do participate in all the guest lectures which happens here, because apart from the general academics, it gives you a different perspective altogether when you attend these lectures. Be very punctual and do all prior preparations for all the programs that happens here. And you have to do some additional preparations as well for specific roles. And for that, you have to be proactive and plan accordingly. Other thing that I would like to mention is be updated. Keep yourself very updated. Read newspapers on a daily basis, which will really help you while interviews. Apart from that, just be confident and stay positive. Deepak, over to you.
Hi guys, hope you are doing well. Welcome to the family. So talking about some prior alumni, so we have alums working in Goldman, BNY Mellon, JP Morgan, Moody's and UBS and many more. And talking about the main thing, the placements, the figures, which statistics. So last year we had highest for 22.9, average for 13.5 and median 13.10. We have in our batch all the people being, be it a fresher, be it workex guys, and be it from various other backgrounds like be it engineering, BCom, BBA and everyone, even medical and lawyers. Talking about the kind of companies comes to the campus, also the stream-wise highest CTCs and the average year on year. So for finance, it was 18.5 to 20. Product management marketing 22.9, QF quantitative finance 20, and consulting 14. And the key roles offered were global risk and analytics, mergers, acquisition, market risk, strategy consultant. Majorly we have all domains, be it marketing, finance, quantitative finance, operations. And the kind of companies, the companies which came last year for 2022 final placements. So here are the list of companies. MNCs, investment banks, startups, big fours, everyone comes to IFMR. Majorly, major banks comes to IFMR. This is for final placement. You all can have a look. And this is for summer internship. No issues. Yeah, for summer internship, we had same MNCs, IBs, startups, and big fours. The highest stipend last year we closed at 1 lakh per month, and the average was 21.5 per month. And now we would like to show you some glimpse from our seniors and super seniors. So his Palim, he's from 17-19 batch. He was also a place commer. He's working in Mondelez currently. Can you just pause and replay with the voice? Sir, can you please change? We can skip this one for now. Ritik, change. So next we have Akhil. He's in Nomura. He's our senior. Can you play? Okay, guys, thank you so much. And now we are open for questions. The CRCS team and PlaceCom, if you have any doubts, we have 10 minutes. Any queries, any questions?
Need not be questions or queries. Anything else that you want to know is also fine with us. No queries? You have done your research, is it? Okay. They are all tired, yeah. Different scholarships provided, I don't think I'll be the right person. Maybe Professor Gayatri. We do have 2-3 scholarships, merit-based, merit come means it's there, but I think the best would be to contact the MBA program office. I do know, but I don't know if I know the full list. All right. Anything else? Yeah. Professor Gayatri is there? Yeah. They want to know about the scholarships.
This year we have no merit-based scholarships at the admission time. What we have is performance-based at the end of the second year, where we have 3 medals and 1 scholarship. The H.T. Parekh medal is awarded to the best all-round student, so that's a combination of academics plus all your extracurriculars. There are 3 other medals which are based purely on academic performance. Okay? And that comes with a scholarship, so it's a medal cum scholarship that you get. Okay? But there are no admission level scholarships. Okay? That's it. For CFA, of course, we'll have Professor Shesha talk to you later about CFA entrance and scholarship for that. But yeah, is there any other question on scholarships? Yeah. So the one message that I want you to take away from the question that you've raised about scholarships is the H.T. Parekh medal that is awarded for the best all-round student is the most coveted one because it showcases you as in a holistic manner. Okay, so I would urge all of you to compete for that. In addition to whatever you do well in academics, don't lose focus of both. Okay, yeah, thank you. Okay. Yeah.
I heard the batch size is 240 now, isn't it? So
Batch size is 240.
yeah. As the number has increased,
Okay.
the placement is going to be difficult, or will
I
it's
don't
this
think placement is going to be difficult provided you work for your placements. There are many companies which we cannot, we don't entertain after a point of time because we don't have people. It's only a question, we don't know about the market condition. I'm very, very conservative. If students are good, I don't think placements is a problem. We've had a batch, Plumbin, whose video you could not hear. Plumbin is from a batch where we had 239. So they also got placed fully. So that's not an issue.
about the summer internship though? How would it go?
Summer internship?
Will each and every person like get placed or get into the summer internship part?
Yeah, they can. Mm. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. How? Yeah. So question is, how do we become part of the placement committee? We have a student team, and what we do is, this is how we work. The students, it will happen this month itself. So the students, your placement committee people, they'll call for applications. So all of you can apply and say this is why we want to join the placement committee. And then I think they will devise some devious tests to check whether you are okay and whether you have communication skills, whether you have time management skills, etc. Shortlist and give it about, if you need 10 people, I think this batch may need 10 because of the size. That's what they've been telling me. So we may have a shortlist about 20, then we'll interview them, then 2 rounds of interviews, and then shortlist among that, and then throw open this 15 candidates or 17 candidates, I don't know, to the class. Then the class selects. It's a 3-way process. Does it answer your question? Okay. Any other questions? No? Yeah. I think they have. Some limits are there. I think you'll have to ask the student council. Yeah. One committee, one club and one committee per person. If they join PlaceCom, only PlaceCom. It's very demanding. How many committees are there? I think innumerable committees, they will talk to you about it. Committees and clubs are large number of committees. They have one club for dance and one club for photography, one club for MUN and all that. So I really can't give you the exact number. Students would be better. Any other, yeah.
Do we have international exchange program?
Yeah, I think that's what Lakshmi Kumar was talking about today.
That was not explained in a detailed way.
She'll be doing it. They definitely get that. Then that was just an introduction. They'll be talking to you in detail about it. Nothing? Okay. I hope that you will all be as successful as your seniors, and wishing you all the very best here, right? We'll meet again. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Nagrani ma'am. Guys, these people, they might look intimidating, but they are not, believe me. I had to say this because even I have to get placements. Okay, placement may sound the most exciting part of the journey, but trust me, campus life is even equally exciting. The campus of a university itself is a part of the learning course in a student's life. It helps students come out of their shells and convert their weaknesses into their strengths. Campus life is beyond the infrastructural and academic training programs. It enriches students with a once in a lifetime opportunity to live through the experiences that otherwise are earned very hard. Also, it's a home away from home. For that, we would now like to welcome Ms. Amanjit Kaur Ahuja, Director of Student Services, to give you an overview of campus life.
Hi, good evening everyone. How asleep are you on a scale of 1 to 10? How sleepy are you on a scale of 1 to 10? What? 1? Who's 5? Okay, what about here? Sorry. Yeah. 4. Okay. Not applicable. Very nice. So can we do like a one round of hip hip hooray to sort of just energize ourselves, because this is one most exciting part of campus and your next 2 years. Hip hip. You all had lunch, no? Louder, please. Need some energy. This is going to be your. Okay, you also had coffee and snacks. Hip hip. Hip hip. Okay, now that's quite like it. Welcome to Kriya on behalf. Yes, only one conversation, please. Always remember, if somebody is addressing you, there should be only one conversation. It's just respectful if you're talking when somebody is addressing you. Welcome to Kriya. Welcome to the Kriya family. We are very excited to have you all on board. Some of you, we met some of you online, right? We had a conversation with you, and here we are. Just going to quickly introduce my team first. These are the people who you're going to be seeing the most for the next 2 years. We have Dr. Ivanor, if the team could come here. Come, Ivanor, come here. Dr. Ivanor is the Assistant General Manager of the Office of Student Life. We have Rakhi, Manager of Office of Student Life. We have Surekha, Assistant Manager, Office of Student Life. We have Sushnata with us. Come here. He's the Residence Manager. So every time something in your residence hall is not working or your room is giving you issues, you catch hold of Sushnata, right? So we are the people, and of course, after us, you'll also be meeting the campus administrative team and operations team and Colonel Satya Saran. So this team and Colonel Satya Saran's team are the two teams that you'll be interacting the most for the next 2 years. So this is all of us, and please feel free to reach out to us at any time. We all have open door office policies. You can come walk in, write to us, email us, and we are all accessible and approachable, right? So we'll just give you a quick overview of, it was interesting that today S.V. Nathan sir also titled his presentation as Beyond the Classroom, because that's essentially what we're also going to be talking about. Beyond the Classroom at Kriya, and Office of Student Life and the Inclusive Learning Support are two offices that will really contribute to your life outside the classroom. Is there a clicker? Okay, so learning beyond the classroom, how do we sort of enrich your educational experience outside the classroom? Of course, your student-led clubs and committees will form a big part of that learning. That's where you will take on key leadership skills, you'll learn to work in teams, you'll learn to do everything from scratch, end to end, as much as possible. We don't interfere much in the student life committees and clubs. Students, as you can see, Prarambh itself, largely an event handled and led by students. So that's something you all should also aspire to. That's the correct number, right? 9 GSB clubs and 13 GSB committees, or yes. We also support, and we want you all to participate, represent the university outside. So if you want to go participate in competitions, we'll soon be sharing a policy which will have guidelines. Please go represent the university. That's also a big part of learning outside the classroom where you will be going through stressful situations, you will be meeting other people, you will be seeing what's out there really, what are the kind of peers you have, who you'll be competing with. So please, that's something that we want to encourage and support. Um, we also have a lot of work study opportunities, which you will get to know throughout the year. These opportunities are again, these are paid opportunities by the university, and these will be publicized. So this is in one way in which you can get a little bit of professional experience while being a student at the university. So whether you're doing this work study opportunity with a department, with an office, with a faculty, these opportunities again they're a very good way to learn outside the classroom. We believe that immersing yourself in the arts, social educational programming is a very key component of learning life skills, of appreciating music, or of appreciating music, performing arts is again a very important life skill that you all should inculcate, and we will be exposing you a lot. We will be exposing you a lot to these kind of activities. So please participate, come attend workshops, come attend concerts that we organize for you, have fun, and also make this campus a more vibrant than it is. We want to make sure that while we are building this institution, that you as students are also a very important stakeholder in that process. So we constantly invite your feedback. We want to know what you're thinking. We want to make policies according to things that, especially for the things that really impact you on a day-to-day basis. We really want your support and your contribution in it. So please make sure you give us feedback. Whenever we're inviting students for conversations, please do participate in them. We have again also a very vibrant sports culture on campus. The student council will be telling you all about it. Please do participate in sports. There is gym facilities on campus. There's a basketball court, badminton court, lawn tennis court, football teams. Please make sure you're immersing yourself in sports activities as well. One way, in the morning we saw that we have such a multicultural batch this is, right? We're all from different parts of the country. We're all from different regions. We all speak different languages. So one way we sort of celebrate that diversity on this campus is by celebrating festivals, which is something that students again lead. They decide which festival they want to celebrate. So that's another something that forms a big part of student life at KRIA. And we want to make sure, we want to invite that you also bring a slice of where you're coming from also on this campus. So if there anything from your state that you would like to introduce on campus, more than happy to sort of support you in that. Again, you can also reach out to any one of us for day-to-day administrative support, for your day-to-day issues, for you may need some support in figuring out where your classroom is, or where do you have to go, or who do you need to go for support. Like Sir said in the morning, please ask for help. There is no reason why you should not be asking help or reaching out to us if you need any support. Another office that we have is the Inclusive Learning Support Office. It's a diversity, inclusion, come disability support office. So we also want to make this space a safe space for all kind of learners, for people of all kind of abilities. So we support students with both physical disabilities as well as learning disabilities. So in case any of you need any support throughout the year, please make sure you reach out to us. But the office is open to everyone, regardless of whether you have disabilities or not. In case, sometimes we struggle to cope up with the academic workload. We have a hard time managing, our schedule. We don't know how to prioritize our courses, our committees. So if you're struggling with any of that, please feel free to reach out to us, and we have support structures in place and resources that we could help you with. We will also be organizing a lot of academic bridge workshops, especially to do with communications, your very key professional skills. Like last year, we did a lot of workshops on LinkedIn, on presenting yourself as a brand, personal brand building. We did workshops on presentation skills. So we will be organizing some of these workshops, which are again open to students on a sign-up basis. please make sure you sign up and avail all these opportunities that are going to present themselves in front of you in the next 2 years. This is a space we really pride ourselves as a multicultural, diverse campus. And we want to make sure that everyone feels welcome, feels a sense of belonging to this campus. So at any point, if you are having any issues, need any support, again, please, please, please reach out to us. Mental health is not something that we treat as a taboo at KRIA. Especially after the pandemic, we've all realized that mental health, our well-being is very important, and we take this very seriously here. So all students can avail mental health support. So in-house counseling, we have one-on-one counseling services, we have online counseling, we have teleconsultation, and we also have a tie-up with SCARF, through which you can access psychiatric and diagnostic services as well. You will be having a separate session on mental health. I would urge that you all open your minds, participate in that, and in that session you'll get to know in detail what are the kind of services you can avail and what are the kind of support structures we have. You will also be meeting our in-house counselor, Ms. Aparna Raghavan, in that session. Okay. Like I said, we want this campus to be a safe space for everyone. We want this to be a space where which has a positive living environment, where we can all collaborate, where we can all respect differences. Therefore, there's zero tolerance for everything that is mentioned here. If maybe one of you could read someone from here, could you read one circle? Anti-ragging. So far, we've not had any cases of anti-ragging. But for all of you, you should know, ragging is a criminal offense. If anyone engages in ragging on this campus, the first thing we need to do is it won't be handled internally. There'll be straight an FIR will be filed. So please take this seriously. If you are facing ragging, or if you are seeing that someone else is facing ragging, please feel free to reach out to us. There's an anti-ragging squad. There's an anti-ragging committee. We will share the details of those support systems with you. But let me tell you that all your seniors are very supportive, and they will also be happy to tell you that they never felt this on campus. But at the same time, we can't we can't put our guards down. So we want you to know that we take this very seriously. Next one. Anyone could read someone from here? Sexual harassment. Again, there's zero tolerance for sexual harassment on this campus. Again, you'll be having a separate workshop and a conversation just dedicated to consent awareness, understanding boundaries. Because we're all staying on a fully residential campus, we'll be sharing rooms, we'll be sharing spaces. So it's important to understand boundaries, it's important to understand safety. So we will be having a dedicated conversation about it. And as per the UGC regulations and the law, there is an internal complaints committee on this campus, which also has student representatives. And you will be knowing about this more in detail during that workshop. Anyone else from here? Discrimination. Discrimination of any kind on gender, sex, sexual orientation, region, language, and any form of diversity. There is zero tolerance. Like Sir was mentioning, you will learn a lot from diverse spaces, which means that you also have to make sure that you learn from that diversity. If we create an environment where people don't feel safe, where our bias, our prejudice, our stereotypes impact the way we engage with them, it's not going to be a good learning experience for you. And of course, you'll get into trouble because, again, this is something we take very, very seriously at the university. You've all gone through the student code of conduct, I'm assuming, since you all had to sign the undertaking, right? Right? Okay. Last one, and very important. Louder. See, there is no moralizing stand that we are taking on this. We don't have a moral judgment if anyone is doing substance or alcohol, but law of the land is law of the land. And on this university campus, as per the state, national, local laws, alcohol and substance is not allowed. So if you are found violating these university policies, you can get into serious trouble. So that's the only, standpoint from which we are coming. So please do not engage in any such activities on campus. You are here to develop yourself, to get a degree, to make friends, to get placed. But please, as much as possible, don't engage in these activities. And if you do, you can get into serious trouble, right? Is that clear? You can reach out to us, Student Life. Please note down these email addresses. You can reach out to us. Office of Student Life can be reached out at studentlife@kriya.edu.in. Inclusive Learning Support can be reached out at Learning Support. And please feel free to walk up to us, have conversations. We are all nice and friendly people. Yeah. Any quick questions? Maybe just 2 minutes of questions, and then we can hand it over to Colonel Satya. No question? Office of Student Life is on the first floor. It's actually, just right above. My office is on the 3rd floor, 321, office number 321. And everyone here you will find in Office of Student Life. Sushnata, who's the residence manager, he's in RH1 ground floor. Yeah? Any other questions? Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. The session was very informative indeed. I also thank the team for being here. So a small announcement, guys. So we would like, you definitely would have clicked pictures in the photo booth arranged for you. Did you all like it? Yes? Did you click pictures? Oh. Oh, okay. If you didn't click pictures in the tea break, then you can definitely click it out. It's right outside in the atrium space. And when you do click your pictures, do share them on your social media or whatever social media it is. And please mention hashtag Prarambh 2023 and @Kriya University. This is just for you to track back to your memories, which will be really nice to go and visit after a year or two. So yeah, do share that. I'm again repeating, it's hashtag Prarambh 2023 @Kriya University. We'll also share this in the group, so please put your phones back again. We still have a session in front of us. Thank you. So I now invite
Do's and don'ts. Can you hear me? So the Office of Student Life has spoken to you about certain do's and don'ts. I would advise you to follow them. While saying so, what I will do is I'll bring about certain aspects that you need to keep your focus on so that you do not err or go the wrong way. So before that, I'll introduce you to the operations team, who are at the core of what is happening in the campus other than teaching in a non-academic place. So they are the ones who are working 24 hours round the clock here in the campus to ensure you have a comfortable stay in the campus. Okay? Heading the operations team is Ramakrishnan, whom you can meet right here in the ground floor. He is the general manager of the operations, and any issues that you have with respect to your living in the campus can be handled by him. Supported with him, we have Krishna Kumar, who looks after all your needs in the hostels, along with Prashant, who looks after and provides your day-to-day requirements if there are any. Okay. Supporting them is our housekeeping staff, have Murli and Nagaraj. So, okay. And then we have Gopi, who heads the technical requirements in the campus. So these are the guys whom you would be meeting more on a daily basis. So should you have any issues, you should be able to go and contact them. They are just right here at the ground floor. In the process, what is happening is, by the time your email IDs are set up, you will be having one app that everyone would have access to, in which you can raise any of the issues that you are facing. It could be any of the issues with respect to your electrical, plumbing, housekeeping, and all these things. Okay? So they'll be able to handle all these issues. Having introduced the operations team, I would like to take a moment to tell about what's around in Sri City. What do you think is around? Nothing? Yeah? Nothing? Okay. And? And?
Waterfall.
Waterfall. Then? It's a good place. Yeah? Sorry? Yeah, we have a bird sanctuary, and then we have a lizard sanctuary too. Okay? And by about November, you will find birds coming from across the world into this location. Okay? Now, right across the campus, you will find the water body. Right around the campus, you could have a go, but be careful when you are outside. Do not get yourself into an area which is alone and have a problem. Once you have a problem, the reaction time would be higher. How many of you have worked before coming to this campus? Can you raise your hands, please? Oh, good. So we have experienced candidates in this one. So for the ones who are coming in fresh from a college, please be careful when you are going out of the campus, and do not take unnecessary risks, as was brought by the chair of the MBA program. Okay? And within the campus, we have multiple opportunities for you and for your entertainment. Okay? So any questions, please let me know. Anything? Yeah. Any questions? Yes, please.
So, if we plan to go to perimeter walk, so are the snakes poisonous?
Very good. Okay. I'm thankful for asking this question. Snakes. Okay. Can you guys identify snakes? Do you know it is a snake? Okay. So, the first thing that you need to know about snakes is whether it is poisonous or non-poisonous. Okay? So then you can be careful. A poisonous snake is in which color? Generally black, branded, or brown. Okay? You find a green snake or you find a nice looking snake, that is generally a good snake. Okay? So, frankly, south of Nellore or this place down south, there is a huge population of snakes. And generally, snakes will not come to you unless you make it a point to go and meet them. Okay? It happens. You go into one sweet spot somewhere. Yahan par acha hai, so I will sit down here. They will think, yeah, somebody is like me, I will also go. So be careful when you are walking. Have a look at it. So the kind of poisonous snakes that are in this region, that is from this region south till Tamil Nadu, are cobras. Okay? Till the time of Corona was there, this campus was left open. So a lot of snakes came in and thought they would also get some education. So now, the last year with the students coming in, the population of snakes in the campus has reduced. So I don't think there is a serious threat of snakes that you have to be afraid of, as long as you are careful. Chalo, careful nahi rahe bhai, jaake something has come and bit us. So what do you think will happen? Yeah? You said snakes, right? What do you think will happen? If a snake does bite you, what do you think will happen? A green snake bites you, what will happen? Nothing is going to happen. Okay? So don't worry. The second thing, if a cobra were to bite you, what would happen? It will eat you? No, no, no. It won't. It won't. What would happen? Yes. Anybody? Die? Okay? One of the answers is die. Okay? The death due to a poisonous bite is generally not because of the poison, but because of your own agitation. So, if you do get bitten because of some reason, don't get scared. Okay? So, the poison does not act so fast. I have bitten twice. I have been bitten twice, not in this campus, but elsewhere. I'm still in front of you. Bitten by a cobra too, okay? So, you don't have to worry about this thing. We have an anti-venom in the campus. So, without creating much of a fuss, without getting tensed, just head to the health center. They'll be glad to assist you. Okay? But although I'm telling you the gravest situation, that is not the case. That is not the case. I have been walking around in the campus. In fact, I walk around all the wild places that are there. I am yet to see a snake. Somebody only sends me photographs that there's a snake, but I am yet to see a snake in the campus for the last 6 months. So the population of snakes in the campus is reduced, so do not be afraid of them. Okay? If there is still anything, please come to me. I will tell you smarter ways to tackle snakes. Okay? Yes, any other questions? Yes? Okay, good question. There is no restriction in the time you can go anywhere in the campus at any point of time. But you are expected to come back into the campus by about 10 o'clock. Okay? So you can go out from morning till evening, come back into the campus by 10 o'clock. We'll give you a leeway till about half an hour or 45 minutes. You can come in. If you need to go for a couple of days out, please give the information to the Office of the Student Life. They will note it. In case if you have any requirement, they will reach back to you. You can fill a form, you can send a message, you can tell them and go if you are going out for 1 or 2 days. If you go in the morning, not required. Okay? Yes, anything else? That's it? What did you say?
Sir, do we have any excursion or picnic kind of programs?
Yeah. Where do you want to go?
Sir, anywhere.
I gave you a long list of academics, right? So, yes, there are a lot of places to which you can go. I named just a few of them. There are a lot of places. About 60 kilometers around the campus, there are a lot of places. Depends on your choice, though. You will not find a mall or something like this here. For that, you have to go to Chennai. But something natural, something nice, there are good places here. And beaches too. Beaches too. Yeah. Yes, please. Sorry? I don't deal with attendance requirement. That is done by the academic team. But I guess they have some 70% or something. You will have enough time to take out and go out. No problem at all.
Sir, we have various industries around the campus. So do we have any industrial tours or anything like that in these industries?
That is again an academic requirement. But should you want to go to Mondelez, which is next door, and get a bar of chocolate, you can come to me. Yeah. Anything else? Please feel free. Anything which has not been answered, anything is still lingering. And by the way, we, the operations and the OSL are the only places in the campus where you can come and ask questions. Everywhere else, people will ask you. They will even give you exams. You could do that for us. Okay? So don't hesitate. Please come and ask. Anything? Yes, please. Yes. Yes, yes. Once the entire team is in the campus, we will conduct a fire drill to get you acquainted with the fire support measures that we have in the campus. I don't think so, no. Yeah. That's it, no questions, I'm surprised.